welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy Podcast. My name is Jed. How are you all doing? We are at the end of the book. And we have some puzzles that we are carrying with us from our reading. So let's do a quick review of how it ends, and then let's jump in. Let's remind ourselves of the questions that we're carrying about the highest level of enlightenment and our purpose, and take those questions with us into our, final exploration of the ox-herding pictures. Let's do that. Let's jump straight in. Here is the book. So we finished it last time. Perhaps one of the greatest books, if not the greatest book ever written. A masterpiece. Giving us what we need to understand our purpose, the nature of human problems, what's involved with solving them, what's the nature of our excellence, what's our highest goal and purpose, and how do we go about achieving that? Along with the significance of a guide that we have on our journey called our Dream Maker. So, finally, I see the man after 20 minutes of waiting. Oh, well, I have an opening screen for those who are followers to get settled. But that's okay, you can listen to some cool tunes. Listen, dude, I'm back to learn from you, be my teacher. Well, what we're doing is we're learning how to read without interpretation. And if we can do that, we can read a book like this one that reflects the Logos. Now, the meaning of Logos is one of the puzzles that we are here to become puzzled about. Because what we're learning how to do is how to be a philosopher. We are here to look for questions from the text that we read and carry them. To carry a question is to be on a quest. Now, the most important thing is, how do we answer those questions? Because we want to make sure we don't answer them with belief. If you answer them with belief, then you'll just agree with what you already believe, and then you'll stay stuck in your problems. We want to overcome belief and develop understanding, which means we have to learn how to think and understand for ourselves. And that's a skill. It's not something you're born with. And it's not something they teach you at school or in life. We learn it here. It's how to make use of our capacity for self-reflection, that's called ousia, and logos, our capacity to reflect with our words. But again, it's a structure, there's a skill to it. That skill is called the dialectic. That dialectic we're learning to apply in learning how to read without interpretation, so as to see what's there and to catch yourself whenever you're projecting something that isn't in the text. That's a problem. Whenever you're blocked from seeing what is in the text, that's also a problem. And that projection and blind spot is called interpretation. You're not seeing reality as it is, you're interpreting. And that's the functioning of belief. If it's not there in reality, you must be already carrying it with you. That's called belief. So yes, that's what we're doing. So we're learning to really think for yourself. And of course, our teacher is our dream maker, it turns out, which is a great twist. So make sure that you look for questions, you get puzzled, you try and keep an open and curious state of mind. Whenever you catch yourself in a state of certainty, write that down. That's a message, because that certainty prevents you from being open and curious to learning. And also, that certainty is the human addiction. Why are humans so close-minded? Why are the stupidest, most ignorant and cruel people most certain in their ignorance, and so opposed to their own benefit and learning? It's that addiction to certainty. It's much more attractive to some people who lack courage and character to be certain in the beliefs that they are already carrying than it is to be open and curious and go through the work, not really work, the play and effort that requires courage and character to develop understanding. It's much easier to say, well, I'm a Christian. Everything I thought when I was 4 years old is always true forever, and I have the superiority over anyone else who doesn't already agree with me. Or I'm a Jew, or I'm a Mormon, or I'm a Anglican, or I'm a MAGA. All of these ways of being are behind all human injustice, ignorance, sadism, and harm. So we need to recognize that the root cause of all human problems is a addiction to a state of mind tied to belief. Therefore, if we have any courage or character ourselves, then we will do our best to uncover what our unsuspected false beliefs are about self and reality, and go through the process of removing them and that addiction so we can become better people. And it seems like behind those beliefs is a false image of ourself. All of this we've learnt from the book. And free from that, those train tracks of life, keeping you stuck in those train tracks we call fate, you can be free to go over to discover your actual purpose. Find the true nature of beauty and justice, and ultimately, free from the false image of yourself, you can go on that journey to discover the true nature of self, which is our purpose. So I hope that makes sense. And if it doesn't, good. If it doesn't make sense, form a puzzle about what you're curious about in what I said, and carry that as we continue to read and learn to read. To carry a question, of course, is to be on a quest. Let's check in with the chat. I don't really care about what you're teaching. I'm stuck in a different place. Okay. It doesn't sound like you're going to be a fun person to talk to, so I might end up ignoring you if you're going to be a troll. I don't believe there is anything bigger in the universe than your mama. I'm a awakening philosophy channel glazer. No, you are a troll. That's a shame. Oh well. We shall ignore that person. Now, here's an interesting issue. This person, lucky enough to come across philosophy, but as we are saying, all human people have an aversion to their actual purpose. So why is this person, or why is anybody, so addicted to an ignorant state of mind, opposing learning what could benefit them? Not just benefit them right here and now, benefit them through their whole life, in all of their relationships, and their pursuit of goals, and their understanding of their own mind, in their death and in their reincarnation. Why? Why? Is there a name for that? To be violently opposed to that which you would benefit from. If everyone wants to understand their problems and remove them, everyone wants to understand the nature of self and reality, why is people's first response to oppose those very things? And if their way of opposing them follows what we've been seeing in the map, follows these basic classes of negative reaction towards truth and those speaking it, it's a personality trait that is disgusting, grotesque. No one likes it. Why do they want to do it though? Why do human beings seek a state of mind and a way of being, not just stupidly, savagely opposed to their benefit, but in a disgusting state of mind that's not attractive to anyone? Why is something that's objectively not good or beautiful, just or beautiful, helpful or attractive, why are certain souls attracted to it? And What is required to go overcome this desire for that which is ugly and unjust? That's our questions. Because while it's easy to see with some random person or some religious person or some MAGA person, we all carry this. What we're seeing is it's a kind of solution to a problem that no longer applies. This way of being was acceptable within your family when you were growing up. We are all good Jews. We say this to Christians. We do this thing. We're all good Muslims. We treat women in a certain way. We're all good MAGA. We treat people who care about others in a certain way. A unjust, disgusting way. Have you ever become curious about that? We need to find when we act in this way, opposed to our own benefit and development. How can we do that? Well, Socrates talked about him growing up in this sort of society as well, where there was no meaning. He had no friends that were engaged in meaningful activities. His religion and his society had no meaningful activities. They thought, well, it's just the good guys versus the bad guys. My beliefs versus your beliefs. If you're different from my family way of being, then you're bad, and I have the right to abuse you, as a person in the chat is doing right now, or as a religious person will do to someone not in their religion, or a sexist person will do to someone not of their sex. It's always the same game. So what did it take for Socrates to turn himself around? Now, the name for turning yourself around is, of course, ousia. It's one of the things that make us more evolved than cabbages and caterpillars. What did it take to awaken Socrates' ousia? Well, Socrates in the book that we've been reading talked about coming across a musician who displayed something beautiful and harmonious. And that awoken his curiosity. So there we have a change from a certainty, that which binds people to their ignorant states of being, behind which is a belief about self and reality. That's called the pathologos, and behind that is an image of the self. Here we have a curiosity. Curiosity means you recognize you don't know something. You're going to give up the bullshit game that your parents played and your family members played and your friends played of pretending to know shit they don't. You're going to give that up to become curious. That's how you can move from that certainty in belief into an openness to develop understanding. And of course, there are stories about that. The Zen story of a student coming to a teacher and saying, "Oh, help me reach enlightenment." And then the Zen master says, "Okay, let me pour you some coffee, some tea, in fact." And he pours the tea into the cup, and it gets filled up, and then it starts overfilling, and the student goes, Master, the cup is overfilling with tea." And he goes, "That's you. That's you. You're so full up with your certainty in the beliefs that you carry about self and mind or reality or being, that no matter what I say, it will just fall out of your cup. Because you're so filled with this certainty and these beliefs and these images. Your job is to empty your cup. Having a cup empty, you can go on to fill that, replace that state of mind of certainty with curiosity, open, curious, more fun to be around, a nicer person to be around. You find yourself having more friends, being less ugly, less repulsive to other people. You have that space that's empty from belief to develop understanding. That's, of course, why we read. You have to be learning understanding from somewhere. And, of course, the Socrates and Jesus has pointed to the work that they're in currently as something complete, and intelligible, reflecting the self-logos, meaning it's something that we want to be reading because our job is to master the self-logos, which is understanding. Now we might say dianoia, in fact, because we're not understanding how many beings there are in China. We're understanding the nature of self and reality. So it's not a physical thing, which means it's not an object of belief. So all of the beliefs that you learned from your family are all based on appearances and images from childhood. We're not interested in that. So, as we say to people who come in and out, we don't care about beliefs, our own beliefs or your beliefs. But I love my beliefs. This mask I've been molding my whole life. I've become identified with this mask. I know how to manipulate. I know how to repeat the same insult catchphrases from my family or my religion or my culture. Yeah, boring. Boring. It's not interesting. Think about if anyone came up to you and said, "Let me tell you about my beliefs on God." Imagine it. See how bored you are? Why? Because no one gives a shit about anyone's beliefs. No one. When we go to school, we pay money to go to school for understanding. We're not interested in the stupid beliefs of our teacher. We're interested in their level of understanding, and if they can communicate that understanding to us by teaching us how to read the specific texts, the material of that, and how to arrange the material in our own mind and verify that in direct experience so we can gain understanding. That's why we go to school. Now, of course, the opposite to that is people who seek power over others, capitalists. When you go to your job and your survival is based on whether or not this person fires you, your healthcare or your ability to pay rent and have a place to live, then you might pretend to care about the dumbass beliefs of your boss. That's why certain people who are unjust tyrants seek positions of power over through money. That's why capitalism is such a danger in our society. Instead of addressing these false beliefs that are in principle harmful, because belief can't actually do anything good. You can't believe your way into fixing a computer. You can't believe your way into fixing a broken arm. You can't believe your way into building a house. All of these things, like everything, demands understanding. Not just understanding, we have laws that say if you have some sexist or racist beliefs, you are not allowed to use that in your medical profession, in your mechanic job. If you're a pilot and you believe that women are less than men, you are not allowed to make all the women sit at the back of the plane. So not only do we demand of everything else, a removal of our own personal beliefs and a development of understanding, except for capitalism, religion, which is violently, genocidally opposed to understanding, slavery and sexism and genocide and exploitation for as long as the whole thing has existed. And of course, the conservatives. A political party bound by false beliefs in opposition to truth, understanding, and benefit. Which is nothing other than this negative state of mind venerated and allowed to exist in society. And of course, these are when these people have power, death and destruction sweep across our land. Just as when we are ruled by this state of certainty, projecting our beliefs onto reality, we have negative conclusions. We spend our life in repeating cycles of failure, and that's called the human problem. Socrates became curious when he found that there was a pattern or a harmony to music, and he became that curiosity opened himself to his own motivation to wonder, hey, if there's a rational order behind music, could that also be reflected in a higher rational order, the human soul, human existence? So the analogy we've been using is, hey, you've woken up in this video game we call life. All we do as philosophers is ask the question, what is the manual? What's the pattern? What's the goal at the end of the game? Are you supposed to save the princess, or are you supposed to become Lord of Elden Ring? I haven't played that game, but I assume that's what you'd become at the end. What are the ups and downs you go through to reach that goal? What are the abilities you have? A and B button. And you can even ask, where were you before you were in this place in the game? That's what we're doing here. What's our goal? Self and reality. What are the ups and downs we go through? A push and pull between fate and destiny, between our beliefs and our development of understanding. Our pathologos, our sick logos, and our logos. And the self logos, the logos, or the intelligible nature of the self. What's the A and B button we have? Well, that's our ability for ousia, self-reflection, and logos, language, allowing us to participate in understanding, intelligence, and insight. What's our special attack? When you press both buttons together, or what's the art? How do you level up in this game? That's called the dialectic. That's the art of understanding. Again, not understanding shapes and colors, although you can. By understanding the truth of self and reality. Thanks for the follow. By understanding the truth of self and reality, you can compare it to the false images that you carry about yourself and reality that are causing your problems. That's the A and B button we have. That's the art. Now, if it's the same dialectical art, which is how we participate in step-by-step reasoned reflection. Now, because it's about that which is true, you can repeat this. So if you learn a dialectic on the nature of beauty, or the nature of love, or the nature of justice, or any of these things, you can say to your friend, hey, let's have coffee. You buy me the coffee and I'll ask you a series of questions. And you do your best to stay in this curious, open state of mind while answering the questions with as best understanding as you have. And if you really want to move fast, if you've got a really good friend, all of the times they drop out of that curiosity and that a desire to understand, and they go back into their certainty, well, I actually believe that Moses did this, and the Bible tells me that this, and you're a heathen, and I don't care about understanding. I have faith, and faith is in my heart. Anytime they step into that state of mind, take a note. Because all of these are clues, because you can't do one without the other. You can't reach the true nature of self without purifying or letting go of your false image of self. You can't be the manager of your whatever workplace if you already carry the idea that you have nothing good to say and no one listens to you, etc., etc. You can't believe you're the ugliest person in town and ask the most beautiful girl in town on a date. You have to sacrifice either your goal or your image. Now, most people tragically live a life where they sacrifice their purpose and goal to know the self in favor of becoming a loyal member of a tribe, be it Spanish, European, Protestant, MAGA, so a political or religious or a cultural tribe, but ultimately a family tribe underlying all of this, from which you derive a false image of yourself to pretend to take the blame, really, for the injustice of your parental figures and your earliest teachers. So we keep our self-image and we sacrifice our goals. But what we're learning here is how to do the opposite, which is why this book might be the greatest book ever written and the most important book to read. So you can take notes of both. And in fact, ultimately, you'll have to reach that point. Because you can't surface your false images of self and reality without seeking excellence. If you're not seeking the truth of self and reality, you won't surface all your false beliefs about them. So if you want to overcome your problems, you have to be reading the kinds of books we read here and reflecting in the kind of way we reflect here. Equally so, if you want to know the nature of self and reality and reach your highest state of enlightenment, you can't do that without also addressing your problems. So because dialectic is a step-by-step reasoned reflection, question and answer, leading to a conclusion that's truth, which is also beneficial because it also is reaching the good, you can repeat it. It's repeatable. So it's a kind of learning that you can take with you wherever you go in this lifetime or beyond. Now, those problems that come up, because what we've been reading in the book is Socrates has been trying to lead Jesus through this dialectic, like we talked about with your friend over coffee, to gain an understanding of his peak experience that's talked about in the Gospel of Mark, a brilliant light experience. Socrates has been helping Jesus learn by engaging in this dialectic, step by step, question and answer. Again, not with anybody. If somebody isn't actually interested in wisdom, that is, knowing of self and reality, understanding of self and reality, so direct experience of pure intelligence and understanding, that's wisdom. And if they are instead blindly attached to their ignorance, which are the false beliefs that we carry, and our image thinking that we project, that's the nature of human ignorance. Wisdom and ignorance, that's the whole game, both of which has two parts. Knowing it as a whole and its parts, its ousia and its logos, knowing and understanding, then you're wasting your time. Not only are you wasting your time, you're doing harm to that person. If they haven't shown that they're genuinely interested in learning the truth about self and reality and integrating that into their being to reach a state of wisdom, and they haven't shown that they're interested in letting go of their bullshit that causes their problems, then all they are going to do is debate nonsense.
Debate dweeb.
They are a debate dweeb.
Debate weirdo.
Making them a debate weirdo. Because they're going to use your genuine, well-intentioned interest, life energy, your attention and interest, and the use of your mind, and your use of your words and use of your intellect. They are going to use that to role play their mummy or their daddy, from whom they got that false belief and image about what it means to be knowing. So not only will it be a boring, pointless waste of time, but that other person will be really smug about their ignorance, pat themselves on the back. Look at me. That person wanted to engage in understanding. And all I had to do was not show any interest in truth or understanding, and I could sabotage the whole conversation. Aren't I so clever and smart? Now, here's the thing. The stupidest human being can do that. That's why it's attractive to the stupidest people. It takes intelligence, it takes character, it takes curiosity to engage in the actual dialectic, but any fuckhead can just shit on it. It takes understanding to build a computer, but any moron can smash a computer to pieces. That's why when capitalists, clergy, and conservatives are in power, all they can do is harm. And because they're so smug with themselves, look at the harm I did to these good people. Look at these leftists wanting healthcare for everyone. We showed them by murdering them. Aren't we the best Republicans ever? Look at these socialists wanting everyone to have dignity and a fair share in life. We certainly showed them by crushing their unions, says the capitalists. Look at those understanding people who are not being blind slaves to me, the Pope, or me, the Imam, or me, the preacher. We sure taught them by genociding them. Notice, enslavement, genocide, execution. Any idiot can do it because all it is crushing. So that's the nature of the problems in society. We allow these people, pathologos-ridden people, pathologos-driven people, to have positions of power where we do not demand objective and understanding and demand a removal of personal beliefs in that profession. I don't give a fuck if you're racist. You're a doctor, do your job. I don't give a fuck if you're racists. If you're a politician, or you claim to be a spiritual leader, or you claim to should be in charge of managing the resources, you should never, ever, ever play out your personal beliefs. But instead of that, the conservatives, the capitalists, and the clergy venerate their personal beliefs by saying, God said so, says the religious. The conservatives are also now saying God says so because they've run out of other explanations. They used to say we were job creators, but now we're seeing that they're destroying all the jobs for profit. They used to say we're innovators, but now we're seeing quite clearly that they're stopping all innovation. They also used to say that we are geniuses, so we need to be in charge. But now they've gone on Joe Rogan's podcast and shown us that they are the stupidest people in the world. So the only thing left is God picked our family to have all the money. So all my racist beliefs, says Elon Musk, all my anti-human beliefs, says Jeff Bezos, get to be the beliefs we set our society upon. Now, religions also say the same thing. We are the chosen people. And the conservatives also. Literally last week, MAGA guy, what's his name? Donald Trump sent out a Twitter tweet of him as Jesus. The last thing they have to justify their use of their own personal beliefs as a way of justifying the qualification for their rulership is, I am Jesus. So that's the nature of human problems. But what we're seeing is we all face that individually. So this person, this smug person who is just trying to block up questions and answers, reason and reflection, they are in the same game. They think, my family way of being is chosen by God. My parents are special parents, are the best parents, and their beliefs are the best special beliefs chosen by God. That's the pathologos. And we saw that in the text when Socrates said, give me an example of the worst evil. Jesus said, anyone who threatens my little tribe, that's the worst thing you can do. Socrates' example of the worst kind of evil, but again, we know for Socrates, it's not evil, it's injustice, was this state of mind represented in Achilles. Not only did he think that his family and his way of being was specially chosen by the gods, he was part God. So he had even more reason to think his was the special way of being. But of course, in the story of Achilles in the Iliad, it was a story of this person realizing when his best friend died because of his problem that he has a problem and it's time to grow up and wake up. And when he did that, he realized that this same dialectic that we are learning here can be used to understand your dreams in conjunction with your problems, allowing you to address your earliest teachers, your parental figures, and drop this bullshit that you learned when you were little. The family curse. So even the worst person can become the best person. But what we're seeing here is you don't help the worst person to become the best person by pretending this negative, smug, ignorant state of mind is worth paying any attention to. If you are a great person, imagine you're LeBron James, and you realize, I'm not good enough to do basketball at his level to get his attention. But you know what I am good enough to do? Shout insults, and then maybe LeBron James will look at me for a second. If he does look at you for a second, you think, wow, that I really am a special boy. I didn't have to do any work in basketball. I didn't have to do any work on my problems or my habits to train every day, to remove my personal problems that got in the way of my training or my being able to work with my teammates. I didn't have to do any work on my ignorance, and I didn't have to do any work on my wisdom. All I had to do was shout some insult at someone doing better than me, and I got their attention. So if you give them your attention, they end up walking away from that interaction more in love with this negative, ignorant, harmful way of being. So they spend their life in a tragedy, spending their life doing things in a kind of negative dialectic, not freeing their false image of self, not participating in the true dialectic to know the self, but confirming as a self-fulfilling prophecy the image that they are carrying of themselves. So we need to make sure that we are being like Socrates when he described his journey. There was something that sparked his curiosity. It was music. From that music, this was an encounter with something beautiful and intelligible that he realized he didn't know. Now, people, trolls, can pretend to be interested, pretend to actually be genuinely interested in understanding, or pretend to know stuff. But you know what you can't do? You can't pretend to play an instrument. You can't fake your way into an instrument. So Socrates, realizing this musician was engaged in something beautiful and something that had a pattern, an intelligible pattern, he became curious about it and what it was a reflection on. So you need that curiosity, you need that openness, you need that, it's called philosophical ignorance. When you know that you're ignorant, you're not trying to hide your ignorance. By recognizing you don't know how to play music, that's the first step to learning how to play music. So when people come into the chat and say, well, I know all this stuff about what you're doing and what philosophy is and why, and all my beliefs are the best, that's not philosophically ignorant. That's pathologically ignorant. That's pretending their ignorance is knowledge. They have to recognize, shit, I don't know the nature of myself or reality or the understandable pattern of reality. I don't know all the stages of enlightenment and what's involved in going through them. I don't know the meaning of my dreams. I don't know why this book is worth reading over all other books. But I'm happy with that, because if I don't know, that means my cup is empty and I'm ready to fill it up. Back to that analogy again, the Zen analogy. By the way, Socrates covers this in a book called The Alcibiades. He talks about what's involved in participating in the dialectic. Because when you realize that all of your beloved images about self and reality aren't true, your first reaction is to try and save them. It's like Socrates uses the metaphor. It's like a young mother who's given birth to her first child, but the child can't survive and has to be aborted. She will cry and fight tooth and nail to save that baby. Just as, unless you've found something like music or something else that was beautiful and intelligent, had an intelligible hierarchical pattern that you could understand, like music or math, then you are going to try and hold on to your ignorance more than anything because you think you need it. You don't need it. That's a lie. That's a lie you believe to survive your upbringing. Just as the pathologos as a principle was a lie that human beings used to survive their early evolution prior to our awakening into self-reflection, ousia, and language, logos. It was the cavemen who were blindly, savagely loyal to their cave tribe leader and thought everything different than their outside the cave was bad and scary. Those were the ones that survived. But now it's racism. Everything different than my family way of being is bad, so let's kill all the immigrants. Let's destroy all the Muslims. Let's genocide all the Palestinians, etc. So it's a solution that no longer applies. So we want to make sure that the person we're talking to has met those preconditions. Now, some people talk about, well, they have to have shown a previous interest in self-development. They had to have spent their own time and energy, sometimes money, into self-improvement. Now, without philosophy, it's not going to work ultimately, but it's shown an interest. Another thing is there's something that they seek. They have to have a goal. If you don't seek a higher goal than you can reach, why go through all the time and effort to remove your blocks? Yeah, just join the IDF and kill Palestinians. They don't fight back. Be a good Jew. Oh yeah, just join the MAGA ICE and just kill the most vulnerable people in America. Send them to concentration camps, or just kill them in the street. Trump will have your back. You can be ignorant and stupid and Christian in America. Sure. If you want something better than what is either mediocrity or injustice, if you seek excellence, beauty, truth, justice, fulfilling your purpose, knowing how to die well, understanding what reincarnation involves and how to make sure that you do it in a proper way, then all of these things are true noble goals that are, of course, intelligible. Now, math, music, these are also intelligible goals that you can seek excellence in, which are, of course, a stepping stone, which is what Socrates recognized. So people who are generally interested in excellence, generally interested in self-development, generally interested in overcoming their ignorance and their current patterns, and finally, have some appreciation for the logos and dialectic. If people think, as they are taught in our society, that conversation is about debate, you share ideas by arguing your position and just being a dick to someone who challenges you, trolling them, or saying yo mama jokes, which is the stupidest joke you can ever make. Doesn't require any intelligence at all. But you can win because someone's built a nice sandcastle, the dialectic, and you've come over and you've stood on it. By the way, any idiot can step on a sandcastle. If that's what you think it means to engage in a discussion over ideas, debate, as we are taught in school, we're not taught dialectic in school, we're taught debate in school. Even on YouTube, you see people claiming to be philosophers, the academics. They don't do dialectic, not that I've ever seen. They do debate though. Then engaging with that person who's interested in debate will just end up trying to defend and argue for the ignorant positions they came in with, meaning they'll walk away more entrenched in the harmful false beliefs and images they walked in with, meaning you're doing them harm by engaging with them, pretending they are in a good state of mind when they're clearly not. Don't buy their bullshit, because you're harming them and wasting your own time. Now, if someone sticks around for a while, shows a genuine interest in learning, shows they have a genuine interest in their own excellence, have a genuine interest in removing their ignorance, and shows an understanding and appreciation for step-by-step question and answered reason reflection without any blame or shame or punishment, so you can be honest, which also means an appreciation for the dialectic used to surface the nature of those at ignorance. So what we call the dialectic on truth philosophy, the dialectic to remove what's false midwifery. If they've shown an interest in understanding in both, reading what we've been reading here, not just reading it, but piecing it together themselves to get understanding and verify that understanding in their own experience, being open to higher and higher experiences of states of mind, that's called the enlightenment journey. Awakening different cognitive functions. You're not interested in belief, you're interested in understanding and knowing and wisdom and maybe something beyond that. Recognizing that each of those cognitive functions have different objects. While your beliefs are on images, how people appear. I believe mummy and daddy because they were so big and beautiful when I was little. I believe Trump because he has a big golden building. I believe my imam because he has a big funny hat with tassels. I believe my preacher because he wears special Mormon underpants and he's big and strong. See, that's images. Understanding, knowledge, wisdom, and what's beyond wisdom isn't on physical images or shapes and colors. So the removal of that ignorant image thinking through the dialectic is called philosophical midwifery. The development of those higher faculties that you can awaken to have experience and integrate different levels of mind, reality, and self, that's philosophy. And of course, you need dream analysis for both. So, if people have stuck around and shown an interest in reading, shown an interest in philosophy, great. If they've shown an interest in reflecting on the images and states of mind they're addicted to that cause their problems, great. And if they've shown an interest in recording and reflecting on their dreams to whatever level they can, even if it's just creating a habit of recording your dreams into audio as soon as you wake up, transcribing that audio into text, which can be done very quickly now with text to audio to text programs. Get them for free online. I use TurboScribe, that's really neat. It's the same dialectic. In reading for philosophy, in reflecting on your blocks, midwifery, and in understanding the dreams that you have, dream analysis. If you've shown an interest in those three things, then we can talk. Otherwise, I'm only harming you by pretending you're interested in things that you are not. Because you really are stuck in a game. Now, it's not a blame game that we are playing on you right now. It is just the truth. As Socrates said, no one around him played philosophy. It was all ignorance. And when he became curious about the beauty that exists in reality, not just in music, but maybe that beauty of music reflects something higher, that is not only beautiful, but understandable. When he became interested in that, he had to leave his old friends. He didn't have anything in common with them anymore. The people who think that life was just empty or life was just a battleground between the good guys and bad guys. And of course, we see this playing out in our society right now. One group of fascists saying, oh, you're the wrong religion, so we get to kill you. And then another group of fascists saying, no, you're the wrong religion. Beliefs are always, in principle, in conflict. Beliefs are always the cause of harm. And we have done dialectics on this all the way through our reading. So therefore you can say by reading this text, you can gain a definition of what beliefs are and how they are in principle defined by an identification with the lesser self-logos. So we've got wholes and parts, same and different, unlimited and limited. These are the building blocks of cognition, of reality, of understanding. These are the things you use when you think. Now notice, they are not physical, so they're not objects of belief. They have scope. Everything that you've seen is a whole or a part, is same or different than something else, is either limited, has a boundary, or is unlimited, like numbers or space. They're unlimited. So everything that you've thought about or experienced has used these selfers or selfer pairs. We call them selfers because understanding looks at them themselves. Self-whole, self-same, self-unlimited, beauty or self-beauty, self-justice. And of course, knowing is directly apprehending them together as a single experience of oneness. But to be identified with the lesser, so with the part, we are just a Muslim part, we are just a Mormon part, in opposition to the whole. Demonstration, as we've seen. We all seek the good, which is the intelligible, knowing the good. Now, of course, we've recognized in this book that there are two stages. There is experiencing goodness, which is the second last or penultimate state of enlightenment. But of course, in the book, Socrates is encouraging Jesus to say, hang on a second, if there's goodness, shouldn't it have its cause, the good itself, or the good self, the ultimate? And this is our question for today. If goodness is the eighth ox herding picture, which corresponds ox picture, which corresponds to the second hypothesis, using the dialectic of Parmenides to define the different states of mind that we go through. Why is there a 9th and 10th ox herding picture when there's only one hypothesis for it? So that's the question that we've been carrying, and we're going to take with us into our reading of the ox herding pictures today. But going back to why you can do a dialectic on beliefs being the cause of human problems, not just by definition, in principle, but in functioning, we seek the goal of either of those two things. That's called the intelligible, because it's knowable and rational, understandable, intelligible. But in order to reach that goal, we also need steps. Those steps, now the bastardization of this, you might see religious people or conservative people or capitalist people, whenever there's a problem, oh, there's been another mass school shooting. What do they say? Thoughts and prayers. When a politician campaigns on, oh, let's address systemic wealth inequality and the injustice of capitalism, what do they say? Hope and change. Hope, prayers, faith, belief. These are all things that are not rational, clearly defined steps you can take and verify at each step. That's called being rational. 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 The opposite of that, as we've said, it's opposite. Faith. Just have faith. Just trust me, bro. Prayers. And the big one, hope. Just have hope. Thoughts and prayers, or hope. And of course, the name for the rational steps that we take on our progress towards the good is the logos. Or let's be more accurate, the self logos. It's one of the selfers. Self logos. And that's represented, of course, as the third oxiding picture. Sorry, third hypothesis. And one of our puzzles about the oxiding pictures that we are bringing with us is okay, let's get this a different color. The oxes will make what color? This one. No, too much like the other one. Make this what color? Green. Green oxiding pictures. So the eighth oxiding picture, or the brilliant light of being, second hypothesis. Here we go. Whoops. Our question is, which oxiding picture is the self logos, or one of the things we have seen in the oxiding pictures, which we will take a look at again today, is that the word logos doesn't come up. Is it even an oxiding picture? Now, what we do have is a second set of oxiding pictures where the self logos is added into it. And of course, that's the third hypothesis. So, to reach the good, either the goodness or the good, which is the intelligible, which is our goal, you can be rational. Whoops. So, if you understand that this is the good that we seek, you can't be manipulated or scammed into seeking a bad goal. Meaning the bad, this color. So the bad equals unintelligible, which you can only do by belief, because you can just believe me, bro, that this bad thing, identifying yourself with any religion, with any political movement, with any image of yourself, doing a genocide in the name of God, in the name of Donald Trump, in the name of profit, feeding more orphans into the orphan crushing machine for profits. You need belief to do that, because understanding is actually seeing the intelligible. You can't lie with understanding. You could also lie about the steps, which is also irrational. So while the steps are rational, you necessarily need belief to teach people, doing these bad steps doing this bad thing, killing these people, will have this good result. Democracy, freedom. So the bad is the irrational steps to trick people to act against their own interests and benefit. So that's society. We're using society as an example. The conservatives, clergy, and capitalists say, if you do this bad thing, kill these immigrants, genocide these Palestinians, a good thing will happen. You'll get freedom. You'll get more jobs. They're taking their derbs. They're taking their derbs. Jesus will come back. Or the goal itself is bad. Actually, it's good to bring Armageddon about because Jesus will come back. But if you actually understand the nature of the good, you can't be scammed. So scammers, by demonstration, require, or functioning, by definition, belief can only do harm and is the cause of harm, as the cognitive function behind all human harmful actions. But by functioning or demonstration, it's required. Two more stages of the dialectic, of course. Divisions. We can look at what happens when these belief-based groups have power. They are the kings with the divine right of kings, or the conservatives who claim to be Jesus. If you read Donald Trump's tweets, conservatives, and of course their claim to rulership is, I'm a good Christian man, and I think that we should kill all them Muslims and them immigrants, because I'm a Jesus-loving, I fear God, I'm a God-fearing Christian, all that horseshit, to justify racism and sexism and all sorts of horrible things. Conservatism. Kings, of course, claiming the divine right to rule. That's why they get to have all the stuff and do all the Epstein Island shit to our children. Clergy. Genocides. Crusades. Dark Ages. Palestinian genocide. War in the current seeking of Armageddon by Donald Trump's group in the name of Jesus to seek Armageddon. And of course, capitalists. The doing of all of those things for profit. Cap. And the power that they have by making people impoverished, so they have to do what they say with their money. Otherwise, it's hard to lure a child to Epstein Island with the promise of money if everyone is sharing all the money. It's easy to buy an election or buy a police force or buy a rulership over the industrial military complex with capitalism. So those are the divisions, and all of which cause death and destruction. Death and destruction when they have positions of rulership. And we can add more. Or another way you could go with divisions, you could have a look at the divisions of belief. So of course we have the pathologos, which is the worst. Which is irrational and unintelligible, or let's say irrational and unintelligible a different way. Let's give a different color as well. The pathologos is opposed to reason instead of irrational, and evidence instead of intelligible. Of course, the evidence for goodness and good is a direct experience, which is why it's intelligible. That means you can know it directly. It's the object of knowledge. So when your grandma says on Facebook, I'm just as wise as Socrates because he said that he was the wisest man in Athens, but he knew nothing. No, that was a mistranslation or a misinterpretation, which is a belief, functioning of belief. What he said was, what makes me wiser than these jabronis in Athens is I know what is knowable. That is the intelligible experience of goodness, or in a different kind of a way, the good. Whereas these people say that they know things that are not knowable. So I'm wiser because I know what I don't know. Pathologos is to think you know those things that you don't. Evidence. So that kind of evidence that confirms our understanding of the good or goodness is, of course, a direct non-physical experience of goodness. So it's an out-of-body experience. People have it sometimes in a near-death experience. All yogas have as their goal, ultimately, a separation of the mind from the physical senses. But of course, we want to go beyond experience itself to see the cause of experience. That's the good self, or the one self, or the true self, or the self-logos. So, one of the classes of belief is pathologos opposed to reason and evidence. Prejudice, same thing. Opposed to reason and evidence. The thing about prejudice, the thing about pathologos is so this is also, prejudice is also opposed to reason and evidence, but the pathologos is also specifically about self and reality, or mind, reality, goodness, same thing, and unsuspected. You don't know that you're carrying it. That's why you need to be reading to be able to surface them. In the chat, shall I go? Well, that's your choice. Hopefully you've been listening to what I'm saying and you will understand why I'm relating to you in the way that I am, and why you should relate to people who are in your position the way I'm relating to you as well. And also what you need to do to become open and receptive to the dialectic that could potentially help you. So stick around if you want to learn. Just read my chat, please. Are you telling me what to do, or are you listening to me and my instruction? Which is it? Notice I asked a question. Let's see if you listened to what the dialectic involves. Unsuspected. I'll give you a clue. It's to do with questions and answers. I want to listen to you, but I don't need to explain to you where I don't understand. Are you answering my question? Do you figure out what I was saying? Senpai. Okay. There's a octopus. Someone says amen. I want to listen to you, but I need to explain to you where I don't understand. Oh, yeah, that's fair. God is my light in darkness, says someone else. Okay. I said I want to listen to you, but there are places I'm not understanding you. Okay, you can go ahead. So if, make sure the questions are relevant to what we've been talking about the last hour, or the text we've been reading. And of course you can explain what you don't understand if you're genuinely interested in learning. But notice the person above you didn't come in with an open mind. Imagine if you were talking to that person. We're halfway through a dialectic on defining objectively, truthfully, in principle or definition, in functioning demonstration. And we've got 2 more stages of a dialectic to demonstrate belief is the cause of all human injustice, suffering, death, destruction, and misery in our soul, in our lives, and in our species. And then some jabroni came into the chat and said, in the middle of all this super important, meaningful work, I believe in God. What the fuck do you think I can say to that person? Do you think that person is giving a shit about understanding and truth? Do you think that person gives two shits about making his life better or making humanity better? We are going through a demonstration on what it means to understand. We are applying that understanding of what blocks understanding in a way that benefits literally every single person on the planet and may even prevent our species from going extinct. In spite of that, by the way, it's taken us 180 episodes of reading this text to be able to function in that way. Discipline, interest, curiosity, reflecting on our dreams every day, talking with good people. It's taken all of that to be able to function in this most rational and intelligible way. And the person above you in chat says, well, that's wrong because I believe in God. What the fuck do you think I can say to that person? Answer me that. Now, I'm asking you that question because you might not be as ignorant as that person who's just abandoning all this work, effort, truth, and benefit and goodness we're doing to say, but I believe in God. You might not be that bad, but you still have the same human problem. And while that person might not realize how ignorant they're being, so too, you might not realize how ignorant you are being so long as you cling to your stupid ass beliefs despite everything we're saying about beliefs being the cause of our problems. That's why I'm not interested in your dumb beliefs or your trolling or what you think it means to be knowing. All you are doing is demonstrating your ignorance. What we are doing here is learning how to overcome that ignorance and become good people. So, my question is, what would you say to that person who came in with this God shit? No, sorry. God's fine. God's fine because so long as you're using it as a metaphor to personify these principles, the nature of reality, the nature of self, and the unfolding principles that are eternally true, eternal, God, that we can function, we can participate in for our benefit, goodness, for our soul's development. So long as you recognize theology is a metaphor for universal principles, you're on the ball. You go back and read my text, I've already read them. So if you have a question, ask now. I haven't told you a specific yet, but I want to convey my confused state before I tell you. Go ahead. But answer my question. What would you say? So here you are saying, look, I'm interested in understanding. Give me a shot. I know any idiot could just take your goodwill and shit on it. You can be the stupidest person in town and you can go up to a smart person and go, oh, you're smart. And then their friends could tap you on, oh, good work. You really showed that person. Have a beer. So you're being encouraged not to be stupid. But you could blow it. You could just fall back on your old patterns and say, oh, well, actually, your mama. It's up to you. It's your life. It's your journey. You can get stuck in your problems, or you can take that, what's called the call to adventure. But think about it. How would you relate to that person above you? In the spite of being in the process of demonstrating how beliefs are the cause of problems, his first response was, but I believe it. Of course you believe it. Humans have beliefs. That's their problem. Our purpose is to get out of beliefs into understanding. That's why we started this episode today with, no one gives a shit about your beliefs unless you have to because they're your employer, capitalists. Because you think you have to because you've been scammed into thinking you'll go to hell if you don't, religion. Or you think your social safety depends on it because conservatives have tricked you into thinking, believe me and we'll kill all the immigrants. Otherwise, we're only interested in understanding. And of course you are. Have you ever learned to skateboard? You could be out skateboarding and you'll find some boomer who can't do a kickflip, can't even do a nollie, can't even do a basic ollie on his skateboard. And he'll be willing to shit on you because boomers, well, not everyone, because that person thinks that shitting on someone who's doing good is the same as doing good. That's it. That's the human problem. You can ask him, oh, can you do a kickflip? Oh, no, I can't. Oh, my knee. I did my knee in. It's all bullshit. But if someone can show an understanding of how to do a kickflip and can even demonstrate it, then yeah, you talk to that person. I'll be in a position as a window leaner came and dropped the message, God is the light of all. I'd be curious what his tensions in his heart. Okay, so you're missing the point. Judge him to his intention. No, doesn't matter. If you're punching a dog and your intention is to punch a dog so you go to heaven, are you still being unjust? Who gives a fuck what you believe? It's how you're functioning that causes your justice or injustice. Right? Like how many Jewish people believe that they're doing God's work by doing a literal fucking genocide? Do you want to know their intentions in their heart? Or do you want to understand how they're functioning, its cause, how to address it fairly and rationally, and how you can see how you're doing the same thing because you are also a human being? Maybe not to that scale. He might turn out to, okay, sure. All right, so back to understanding and not make-em-ups. Okay, so did you, now that I've responded to your answer, you'll say, well, maybe his intentions answer my question. If someone's genociding a people, but their intention is to do it for God because they believe it in their heart, does it make it less unjust or cruel or sadistic? Or does it not mean anything if their functioning is the same? Answer that. So back to our conversation here as a group. The divisions. By definition, belief does harm. In principle, always, which we've come to see from this book and our reading. Demonstration, it's necessary to convince people that their goal that is bad is good, or that's the unintelligible goal, or the steps are irrational. Doing a bad thing is actually good. That breaks the principle of likeness. Bad things don't have good effect. Bad causes don't have good outcomes or effects. Just as a fire makes things hot and not cold. The divisions. So we've broken down the divisions of society when they're ruled by belief, but we can also break down the divisions of belief. Pathologos is opposed to reason and evidence. Also, it's about the self and reality, and it's unsuspected, and it's the root cause of all of the other beliefs because they're venerated. It's not my personal beliefs and whatever, sexism. It's Jesus that says it. I mean, it's the government, it's the founding fathers. They had slaves too, and they raped their slaves. So that's prejudice is opposed to reason and evidence, but it can be about a lot of different things. But also you can potentially change your prejudices when exposed to new reason and evidence. Supernatural. Supernatural beliefs are opposed to reason and evidence, but also, like we know the world isn't 6,000 years old, but you can believe it because religion says so. But also, unprovable. Was Mary a virgin? How do you prove that? You prove it by shut up or you go to hell. Also, unprovable. That's what makes supernatural beliefs as one of the classes of beliefs different. But he just dropped love of God message, man. There was any context attached to it. So, okay. Okay, so maybe I asked you a complicated question. I pointed to the fact we're demonstrating beliefs are the cause of all harm through understanding. So we're doing work, right? We're putting effort in. As I mentioned, it took us 180 episodes of reading this book to get to this point to be able to do this. So we're literally engaged in using understanding to show belief is the cause of human problems. An old mate comes in and says, but I like belief. What do you do with that person? Okay, put that aside. But keep that in mind, because the reason I'm pointing that out is you also do that. But as we have on the board, it's unsuspected. So when you find yourself falling back on beliefs and not understanding, keep in mind, no one gives a shit, number one, because beliefs are just make 'em up bullshit. Number two, they are the cause of harm. So why would we want to humor your beliefs? As we're demonstrating. And three, we can't engage in understanding or conversation, because conversation isn't, what do you believe? Oh, neat, bro. It's, can we develop step by step together, confirming in each step with reason and evidence? That's understanding. That's the dialectic. So what's your question? Is clear and apparent genocide. Okay, clear and apparent genocide is bad and harmful. Great. So despite your intentions, it's your functioning. That's the truth. Silver line is someone else suffers because that's wrong. Simply, if someone was giving CPR to someone and CPR hurts, yes, but it ends up doing good to the person. That's the borderline truth that matters. Right. So in a similar way, me saying, I don't give two shits about your belief, and belief is harmful, and I'm not going to talk to you if you fall back on beliefs like that guy, maybe hurts in the small term, but is ultimately for your benefit, because I'm quickly doing something that we've been doing together for 180 episodes. I'm quickly giving you a summary of what's involved in participating in true philosophy. Not to insult you or put you down, just to show you the difference between belief and understanding, and that it takes work, open-mindedness, curiosity, forming of habits, a development of character. So yeah, that's that same principle there. If it hurts someone, then it's bad. If it saves someone, it's good. Okay, so the beliefs don't matter. Hooray. It's the action behind it. Great. So the word we're using is functioning or demonstration, because demonstration is one of the 4 categories in the dialectic. By the way, the above comment on the question genocide is good if there are good intentions. Yeah, I get you. My point was simply, we can't judge if that guy was announcing his belief or was just happy and wanted to show his love to Jesus. So yeah, so he's doing something bad, objectively harmful to him. If he has power over others, it will be harmful to them. If there's a dictator like Donald Trump who says Jesus wants you to kill the Muslims, he will say, yes, I believe that because my pastor told me so. So it's bad, it's harmful to whatever he can be manipulated or have effect over others. But he likes it. Absolutely he does. That's the whole point. That state of mind of feeling superior, feeling like I'm in a special team. We are the chosen people. I'm so great. I love Jesus. That's the stupid, ignorant, savage cause of human problems. That's it. It's a human thing. We love it. We want to be the chosen people. We want to feel superior. So it doesn't matter that someone who has understanding is doing, with lovely colors on the board, a demonstration that's true, that his love of Jesus harms him and anyone he has influence over, both in this life and beyond. He doesn't give a shit. He would rather hurt people than fucking learn. That's the nature of human problems. It's a human addiction to a state of mind called belief. Yes, he loves Jesus. You know who else loves God? The fucking Jews doing a fucking genocide right now. You know who else claims he loves God? Donald Trump, bringing the world to literal Armageddon. That's what we have to wake up to. The human addiction to belief and our tolerating it as though it's good. It's not good. If we tolerate politicians, capitalists, and clergy to say, well, I believe it, so that's good, right? Then they will only fucking genocide us until we're all gone. That's the stakes, dude. That's why we read. That's why we've spent 180 episodes on this book. Because we're so stupid that we allow belief, not for being a mechanic. We don't allow our mechanic to have belief. No beliefs, pal. Only understanding how an engine works. That's it. When we do surgery, well, I believe I have to do the incision above. No. The second a doctor says, well, I'm choosing to make this incision on this body because of my belief, he loses his medical license. Understand it, not believe. This tolerating of people's religious or fucking genocidal or prejudiced beliefs and not demanding that same level of integrity to our government. Politicians are allowed to lie and manipulate beliefs. For our economic system, capitalists, they're born into a special chosen family where Elon Musk gets to play out his racist beliefs. Or spirituality. They're not doing the fucking work we're doing here. They just believe they know what God is. Tolerating that is the problem. Now, we might not be able to make much of a difference on society, but it's important we acknowledge and recognize that. Because so long as you tolerate, oh yeah, beliefs, that's nice, I mean, sure. No one's ever done harm with religious beliefs before, or prejudice beliefs before, or pathologos beliefs before. Bullshit, you're lying. You're lying and you're wasting my time too. Not only that, you are neglecting your job as a human being to surface your own addiction to belief, the state of mind attached to it, and addressing it with understanding. That's the game. That's the whole game. That's the whole thing. Human beings have an addiction to belief. So this is a dialectic we have here on belief. And our purpose is to purify our belief and move into understanding. That's the game. That's it. So if someone, well, I believe that all women should, I don't give a fuck. That's the problem. But I have a podcast. I'm on Joe Rogan's podcast. It gives me an opportunity to find people with other sexist beliefs and find an audience and sell them supplements. And what's the next thing Joe Rogan did? Sell them on Donald Trump. Sell them on AI. Sell them on capitalism. Sell them on hating socialism. Hating progressivism. Protecting the pedophiles on Epstein Island. Yep. That's through belief. And all of this we have seen because we've been reading this book. So if it's difficult for you to see, I understand. You haven't been following along, but that's the game. Let me catch up with the text. Who likes who you're talking about here? I didn't catch that. I mean, it's obvious he was only here to shout out. Okay. Okay. Drop the person, go to the principles. It was just an analogy. Because otherwise you're just going to invent a story. Well, maybe he did this. Who gives a fuck what he's doing? You don't know what he's doing. That's not understanding. Drop the particulars and raise yourself to the level of principles. Otherwise, you'll just project onto this person things that will justify whatever beliefs you already carry. That's debate. We're not doing debate, we're doing understanding. I'm asking you questions that will get you to reflect on cognitive principles, belief versus understanding, not whether or not he's a nice guy. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, your parents were nice sometimes. Hitler was nice sometimes. Doesn't mean that beliefs are good or helpful. I trolled you earlier. Yes, you did. It wasn't to make fun of you. It was to show you I'm comfortable with philosophy. Okay, if you say so. Anyways, I was wrong in my actions. Indeed, I guess, if I disagree with you or how to express that. Right. So, the importantness is, well, I appreciate you saying that, but the importantness is curiosity and openness. Which, again, so maybe my fervent reiteration on how terrible the human condition is currently wasn't itself helpful. I was trying to be emphatic and lay out the stakes as a way of making a point quickly that, hey, we all carry false beliefs about ourselves from childhood in order to survive our upbringing, a self-image that we carry that's unsuspected, a self-image that's our definition. So again, we're using the same structure of the dialectic here. So for our dialectic on understanding, the definition, understanding the self, as opposed to beliefs, self-image. So understanding the self as opposed to the image of the self. It's called the pathologos. Our functioning in our states of mind. Openness, curiosity, wonder, interest in understanding. Sometimes fervently expressed. States of mind. As opposed to the familiar family ones. The familiar family states of minds. From your family clan that you're allowed. Family. Ever heard those jokes about Jews, how they always complain? Like the standard one I heard, I think Larry David say something like this. Two Jews were complaining about lunch, and one said the lunch was terrible, and the other guy said, and the sizes were too small. And the joke is they always complain. Even why would if the lunch was bad, why would you want a bigger portion of something bad? But it's a very standard cliche to point to a familiar family clan way of being the victim. Now that happens individually, that you can make jokes about, but of course, by the way, when the Israelis are doing a genocide, what are they always saying? That they're the victim. Crybullies. Familiar family state of mind. Division. So we looked at the divisions within the within society when belief plays out. That's of course the dialectic, or dianoia, the art of dianoia, which is of course understanding, as opposed to certain roles, whether it be the troll or the preacher, someone jumping in, oh, I believe in Jesus. Jesus is king. So they spend their day typing Jesus is king on, I don't know, comment sections. It's a certain role. Or maybe you're the loyal defender. Maybe you're the jokester. A role that plays out through interpretation. What we're seeing is the conclusion from that. Our conclusion is a self-logos. So conclusion has two aspects. So let's nail down the aspects of the dialectic here. Conclusion has two aspects. Synthesis. So you take those divisions and you synthesize it. And analysis. And you take that synthesis and you take it back to the first definition. The synthesis is, well, what do we get from from the dialectic? We get a mastery of this self-logos. And what do? We bring that back to ourself, giving us a self-logos return to the sacred cause of all, the one self, or the good self, or the true self, as opposed to the negative counterparts, which we are putting here. You can do this with dialectic. So dialectic, you can say what is true or what isn't true. You can also do what's both. We haven't got to that stage of breaking down the dialectic in that way, but you could. Because with anything, you're defining understanding, or the understanding of the self, or the understanding path or life, to develop understanding in your life. You can say what is true. What is true? What is true about that universe where the understanding exists in your life? What is true? You can say what isn't true. We've got that one on the board, which happens to be a representation of belief. Isn't true. And you could also add a third category. What's both true and false. For example, by picking out something in particular, that is true in some ways or in some instances, but is not true in others. You can show the limits. Like you can show specific limits. Like for example, the states of mind. The states of mind through understanding. They're not the familiar family ones, but they are positive states of mind. But also they are states of mind of reality, which is both true and not true. It's true in the fact that you experience the true nature of reality in the penultimate state of being, but it's not true because the ultimate state of self, our final stage of enlightenment, is not an experience. So you could say the peak experiences. So we could put that in there. We'll just do one example, but you can fill in the rest if you want. So this is anything, you can apply this to any topic. That's the art of understanding that we are here to develop. What is true, what isn't true, and what's both. So an example would be positive states of mind or true states of mind compared to what isn't true, the family states of mind of belief, but also peak experiences. So understanding as the way of life, as your method, as your path, facilitates peak experiences, which is true. I experience INC. This is true because that state of goodness or reality or being is the peak state of mind, but it's also not true because the ultimate experience of the self is beyond experience. So the conclusion for a life lived not through understanding and therefore by the beliefs that you grew up with. You end up, so the synthesis, if you live a life playing that role you're familiar with, you end up synthesizing. As we said, through same thing happens with debate, more entrenched in your pathologos, more entrenched, identify with, becomes your persona, your mask. As you see people growing older, you see the lines recessed into their face of that mask. They're grumpy all the time and you can see it in the recesses in their face. More entrenched in the pathologos image of self. And then analysis. Remember the 2 stages, that last stage, analysis. Let me explain why there are 2 stages. So let's put the structure of the dialectic up in front, up here. To explore an idea, you take zoom in. If the idea exists, now for us we're putting it over here, exists. The idea exists, and if what kind of a universe will happen if it doesn't exist. And for each of these, you have a define the idea itself, definition, define your terms. Another way of saying that is the subject or the self in relation to itself. So if you want to explore the idea of understanding, what can you say about, like we did for belief, what can you say about belief itself in relation to itself by definition? Sorry, chat is delayed. Okay, my comment's late. Let me catch up. Stuck on the question now. First of all, I remember you teaching how to communicate with people who are stuck on lower levels like nihilism. Oh yeah. Can you retouch on that real quick, because I am stuck on lower levels and I'm on higher levels, and communication. How can communication happen between us regarding the question I'm about to ask? Okay, so I will answer that question. But let me build the structure that we need to understand how to answer that question. Because the same dialectic structure can be applied to understanding all of the possible different states of mind we can move through the dialectic. Dialectic to, as we're seeing the dialectic, just as there are 3 aspects here, the dialectic itself, you have to be reading the text we are doing. So reading philosophy, true philosophy, Pierre Grimes, the Balboa translations of Socrates and the Balboa translations of Homer, because they are true expressions of the logos for reasons, well, they've reached that level to be able to create an intelligible work reflecting the logos, having addressed their problems through dream analysis and midwifery. So they can create something true. That's why we read the books we read here. And of course, those things that are needed for an author to create an intelligible work, philosophical midwifery, is the dialectic applied to what isn't true. So, as the oracle tells us,
people don't logic their way into stupid positions. They stupid their way into stupid positions.
These beliefs that we have, we didn't reason our way into. And therefore,
the problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
You can't reason themselves out. Now, you can do the kind of reasoning that we've done today with our friend in chat to highlight that there is an issue that he might not be aware of, that might function in opposition to his benefit. But once he's realized that, he can be on a lookout for it. So long as he stays in true philosophy, reading and reflecting on the books that we do on this channel, then he might start noticing that state of mind come up repeatedly. It's a pattern. And once he's noticed a repeating pattern that gets in the way of his own meaningful goals, he can be open to philosophical midwifery. So you can't logic your way out of the problem, but you can use reason to demonstrate there's a block, but the block is itself a block from understanding. If our goal is to master the dialectic, then a human problem has to block the dialectic. So it's a kind of catch-22, because you need to master the dialectic to remove your problems, but your problems block your mastery of the dialectic. So the use of the dialectic to remove your problems is called philosophical midwifery, to trace that state of mind back through your past, to find the earliest time you have come across that state of mind, which is an origin scene from your childhood, where your parents appeared shapes and colors, right? Image thinking, fifth hypothesis. Appeared beautiful and knowing, and you took the blame, and you thought, well, shit, there must be something wrong with myself. There must be something wrong with my mind, because I could never have guessed that this thing I was doing, which was actually really good, was bad. So either they're wrong or I'm wrong. And we always say that we are wrong. It's because we're stuck in that house. They get to play king priest of the house because of the shitty way we allow children to be raised under complete tyrannical rule from a parent, which is pretty fucked, but there you go. Hopefully we'll grow out of that soon. But as we're saying, you can't, midwifery is addressing your blocks and blind spots. But how do you address your blocks and blind spots? If they're blocks and blind spots. Dream analysis. So, the reading of what we do in true philosophy is what's true. Our removal of our problems is addressing what's false. And dream analysis gives you high states of mind and problem states of mind, so you can address both. So the dialectic has those three applications. Now we also have, once we go through all this, we can end up sharing or writing dialogues. So the fact that we can learn about this is because Homer, Socrates, and Pierre Grimes went through all three of those things, and were able to therefore write about it, giving us an opportunity to write dialogues. So, isn't that interesting? We are doing a dialectic on the two fundamental core natures, fundamental states of being of humans, belief or the pathologos. Everyone is either living a life entrenching themselves in their pathologos or the self-logos. And the inherent structure of the dialectic, actually let's remove them from the top here for now, we can apply to the dialectic. When you're defining something, you can say what's true about it, what's not true about it, or what's both. Equally, the dialectic itself can be applied to what's true, what's false, and what's both in the three primary activities. And if we can see that dream analysis is necessary for both, we can understand why in this book Socrates has been saying the greatest human activity you can participate in is dream analysis. And if you want to rank past philosophers on how well they have developed in their removal of their false beliefs, in their perfection of the truth of the self-logos, one good standard to be able to judge that is if they did dream analysis, if dream analysis was a cornerstone of their way of being, of their philosophy. And now we can understand why that's the case. So, we talked about the primary principles for thinking, for experience, for understanding. Everything you've seen as a whole and a part. This flamingo is the same as this chicken because they're both stuffies, but they're different because one is pink and one is yellow. Everything you've seen is the same as something in that it's a thing, but also different. We can have a whole bunch, like and unlike, limit and unlimited. And of course, we use this to define belief. You accept the limits of your religion. You cannot read Harry Potter because the Mormons say it's the devil. And you can only wear your magic underpants, and you could only do soaking. And if you are familiar with Mormons, you know that they do soaking instead of regular sexy things.
Goon.
And they're strange gooners.
Queen of gooning.
Queen of gooning?
Look at this broad.
Look at that broad you say to a Mormon. So you accept the limitations, and those who are unlimited, you fight against. You crusade against. Whether it be murder, genocide, or if you're in Iowa or whatever, where there's a lot of Mormons, they pass laws that say, we have all the money, and anyone who speaks against the Mormon church and want freedom from the oppression of belief and religion, no, they go to jail. And they become wealthy because they hoard all the resources, because they manipulate people through religion, through accepting these limitations. You're always a part. So it's always the lesser, because part is lesser than a whole, in opposition to the greater. That's why it's always conflict with religious people. That's why it's always ignorance. That's why they're always in motion and never in rest. Now, of all of those pairs of self-terms, we can see that the most primary, the very first distinction you make before you judge whole and part, self and other. I want to drink some coffee. The first thing I have to recognize is this stuffy is other than myself. So if I feed it to the chicken, I don't get the lovely caffeine. It's not myself, it's other. For there to be an unfolding from self in reality of any kind, there has to first be other. And you can have a lot of fun with the phi ratio, which isn't showing up on the board. So I'll zoom in for effect and play a sound drop.
Off the perky, call me Kirky.
That's right. Call me Kirky because I'm off perky. And it's still not back. Another sound drop.
The more holes, the better.
You're being a gooner, Emma.
Goons of gooners.
There's the gooners. And so I come back. And there we go. It's back. The phi ratio, which is the mathematical symbol for the golden ratio. You know, fun with how you can draw that on a graph. Take any point, extend it some arbitrary distance. You could call that other. And then create a circle, and then stuff happens, and we can explore that on a different day. But if you're familiar with the graph of the phi ratio, and how the proportions play out, you can see that reflected in the unfolding of reality in principle. Anyway, that's a different thing. That's a very different day. So going back to the most primary set of pairs, you got self and other, or S and O. To define something, you're talking about that subject, not how it functions to others, but just itself. After you've defined that self, that carries on to the next level. That self then carries on how that functions to others. How does it demonstrate itself? How does it function? Often that's how you see it. Having been affected, that other then can relate to other others. Division. For example, you could be exploring the idea of beauty using the text that we read for the reasons we've just outlined. How can you, from the text, is there any description Socrates makes about beauty itself? Put them in there. Either what it is, what it isn't, or both. How does it function? Does Socrates talk about how beauty functions to another other? Maybe how beauty relates to a philosopher. Having been affected by beauty itself that exists, one of the gods or one of the aspects of eternal mind or being, how does that philosopher then, as this other, how does it relate to other people as you learn the dialectic, being inspired by an experience of beauty itself? Can you therefore benefit your friends by inviting them into this kind of reading, into this kind of dream analysis, into this kind of midwifery? Now this is that last part, the synthesis. So this, how you as a philosopher relate to others, that can be your friends, your relationships, your own dreams, etc., etc. But from all these others, can you synthesize a single other that encapsulates all of it? Is there a repeating theme? Is one of those ways of functioning higher than the others? Does it have scope over the others? Is it causal? Is there a key word that repeats? Again, it's you. You can pick it for yourself. I notice this keyword keeps coming up. I notice this idea has scope over the other ideas. Stands out in some way to you. That's synthesis. That creates the other. That you can then analysis, take that other and relate it back to the self. That's the conclusion, which has 2 steps. So notice, self to itself, self to other to other. Let's put it over here. Why not? Self to self, self to other to other back to self. These are the 4 possible ways of combining the 2 most primary ideas in reality. So the dialectic is itself an expression of the most primary use of logos, or use of knowability, understandability in reality. Pretty neat. So using that, we use this to explore any idea. Any idea. So notice we're exploring ideas if they exist. That's dianoia. We're not exploring ideas of skateboards. We can use skateboards as metaphor sometimes. But these are things that exist, like justice or truth or beauty or goodness, those sorts of things. Or whole and part, same and different, that have scope over our physical world as adjectives, but we want to understand them themselves. So knowing that, going back to our dialectic on understanding, what is true and what isn't true of it, we're keeping in mind that if you're not living a life of understanding, you are stuck like an NPC in fate or in your beliefs. The definition of understanding itself derives from, as a definition, the self. As we've said, self and its expression, self and others, 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 the self. So that's also our goal. We can use understanding. By the way, if we are not living a life of understanding, we are defined, we carry with us a definition of ourself. So really it's a dialectic on self through either understanding or belief. But let's keep it this way. Getting too messy. So we carry a false image of ourselves that manifests as our negative states of mind that are familiar within the family, allowing us to play a role through interpretation. Now that role keeps us on that repeating loop that we look for with our good friends who are open to this, that loop of problems. That's what interpretation does. It projects what isn't there and it's blind spots from what it is, keeps us within that role. Yes, in my family, I was the joker. In my family, I was the warrior. Whenever anyone challenged my mother's Christian beliefs, I would fight them. And my mummy would pat me on the head when I came home and said, "You're a good Christian. You're going to heaven." And that was the only time she gave me that attention, and she seemed most real and beautiful. And that became my idea of what it, like when children are like, "Mummy, mummy, I'm going to jump into the pool. Look at me." They want that attention when they're doing what they think is most special. Only that's what's manipulated by parents that say, "I'm only going to give you that attention when you fight for Christianity or when you hate on the blacks because we're racists in our family," or whatever. That's the role that you think that you have a choice about, but you're stuck in. Again, it's the unsuspected false ideas about self and reality. That's the pathologos. Let's move this other stuff down. That has an influence over the other kinds of false beliefs, like prejudices, which are also opposed to evidence reason, and supernatural beliefs, which are opposed to evidence and reason and also unprovable. So, from the division, others to others, we have to synthesize. What's the same when you play that role? You end up confirming that image of yourself at the end of that drama. You end up more entrenched in that pathologos image of yourself, from which you have that state of mind, from which you have that role that plays out that drama to failures. You end up with repeating failures, So it's not a blame or shame game. We are just trying to be open and curious. So that fervent way I was outlining these points to our friend in chat earlier wasn't to be mad at him for having a problem. It's to highlight the significance of being open and curious to problems, and to point to how fucking prevalent it is, how it's the thing that our whole society is currently built around, and is the cause of all human injustice, suffering, and personal blocks. So to become open about it. But once you're open about it, you can go backwards through this dialectic, looking for repeating cycles of failure. So we take that other back to self. So this is the thing. After you go through a dialectic, you return to the start again. So what's the start? You return with that repeating cycles of failure back to that image of the self, more entrenched in your pathologos image that you started with. That's a name for that. That's called you might know it, So this other back to self ended up repeating cycles of failure, more entrenching yourself in the pathologos image of yourself. That's called a self, or for us, pathologos self, because the self-image, a pathologos self-fulfilling prophecy. That's what a self-fulfilling prophecy is. That's also called fate. That's what we're trying to escape from in this life and within our journey of spiritual reincarnations of our soul. Get out of that self-fulfilling prophecy cycle of failures we call fate. That's why we want to be curious and open to this. Notice that's different from, let's give that a different color as well, because it's not the good one, it's the bad one. What color? That one. Notice, compare it to the actual understanding self, what is true. We want to understanding, or the self logos derived from the self, allows for the higher states of mind, including peak experiences, which is the experience of mind or goodness. But also, that's not true, because the self is still a state, but not an experience. It's division. How do you play out within all your roles? With your relationships, with how you relate to your dreams and other people and your goals? Through the dialectic, a single function, therefore, that we could call the meaning of life. It's a single function that relates to all of the divisions that synthesizes to the self logos. You are following the self logos. Let's use that in the book, because let's use the word following, because that's in the book that we just read. So what's the same of all of this? As you're doing the dialectic, you're not carrying your beliefs. This is what I think your problem is. Let me use the structure of the dialectic to justify the beliefs I've already come in with. Bullshit. Your job is to follow the self logos. This is a danger. Some people think the dialectic or midwifery or dream analysis is an excuse to play their pathologos Noah role and carry in their beliefs and images about what they think the problem is. That's not the game. You are to follow the self logos as it unfolds. That following of the self logos is effortless. So we call it the zone. To effortlessly act without thinking or planning, most appropriate for the situation, and of course a higher level, not only in that state of being in the flow state or zone state, but knowing you're in the right position to begin with. That's a higher state, sometimes called the difference between Juriki and Satori. But to follow the self logos. And then what do we do with the conclusion? We take this other back to the self. Therefore, we are following the self logos back to the self. We are following the self logos in our return to the sacred source of all, to know the one self. The one self with understanding. So while it may be beyond experience, we can recognize it and integrate it and appreciate it, because it can still be an object of understanding. And that's one of the issues we're going to carry with us today into the oxherding pictures, because one thing they lack, or all non-philosophy traditions lack, is understanding. But there is the second list of oxherding pictures where Pierre Grimes adds the logos in, so we can compare the two. So there we go. This is what we can do after having read this book. Understand why. Oh, by the way, we haven't finished belief. By definition, it's the cause of problems because it's the lesser of the self-logos pair, in contrast, in conflict with the whole. And it's, I mean, I'm going to have to take a piss. I'll be right back. Pause. Back. Here we go. So what have we got here? The definition of why beliefs are the problem, we just demonstrated that with those self-logos pairs. They are defined by identification with the lesser in opposition to the whole. So we've got here identification with the part in opposition to the whole, but we could also say the limit in opposition to the unlimited, or the different in opposition to the same, always in motion. They can never reach peace. So when anyone talks about we should, why aren't we fighting for peace? Because we haven't realized that we have to get belief out of positions of rulership always, as we've done for pilots and mechanics and everyone else except for politicians, capitalists, and religious. Because it can never be at rest, it's always in motion, so it can't be at peace. Another way of saying that is you identify with makes a bit more space here. Identify with the lesser in opposition to the greater of the self-logos pairs. In functioning, you need belief, because if you understand the good as your goal, that's something that's intelligible, and you can't be tricked into seeking a bad thing that's good. If you understand how your car works and a fake mechanic comes to try to trick you, oh, you need to get 4 carburetors, mate. Your carburetor's blown. Your bloody carburetor's bloody wrecked it. Bloody had it, mate. You need 2 new carburetors, 4 carburetors on each side. That'll be $400,000, mate. And if you know how your engines work, you can't be tricked into that goal, whereas belief can. Right? We need a Christo-nationalist state, says the Nazis, the MAGA. Or the steps to reaching the goal. That's what we have. We have the goal, which is intelligible, ousia, knowing of the self. The steps, logos. As we said, the self-logos in our dialectic of understanding. The rational return to understanding, or rational return to the one self through the logo. So there's our knowing of the self, or the ultimate ousia. And the ultimate self-logos is to recognize it in its source. So that's the meaning of life in one sentence. Put it on your bumper sticker. But the belief corrupts either the goal, not good or goodness, the penultimate and ultimate, vice versa, but the unintelligible goal or irrational steps. So just believe me, bro, or hope and prayers and thoughts and prayers and all that shit. Or just lying on the media. If we double tap this children's school, killing 160 innocent children at primary school, and double tap it so their parents and medical helpers get also blown up, says America recently in Iran, then the price of eggs will go down, the price of oil will go down, and America is safer. That is an irrational step that does not lead to a good conclusion. So that's how belief functions, to trick us into thinking the bad goal is good, or the bad steps are good steps. Division, we can see this play out in all of the divisions in our life when conservatives or kings rule, or clergy rule, or capitalists rule, all those ruled by belief. Death and destruction sweep across the land. But also we can divide the divisions of the beliefs into the kinds of beliefs, or the divisions of beliefs themselves. So we see there are some difference. Pathologos is opposed to reason and evidence, but it's about the self and reality in particular, and it's also unsuspected. Prejudices are opposed to reason and evidence. Spiritual beliefs or supernatural beliefs are opposed to reason and evidence, but also another category, unprovable or absurd. Absurd. There's Mary was a virgin. How do you prove that? You don't. It's not provable. So why should I believe it? You go to hell? You don't get to go to Sunday picnic. You don't get to go to the boat show. says, that's an old Simpsons reference, you don't get to go to the Sunday picnic for Jesus if you don't believe it. So we can learn something about the dialectic itself. Is there something similar in those divisions? Well, we've seen something similar in something that's common to all of them. That could be a synthesis. So our synthesis, all of these beliefs are opposed to reason and evidence. Even though some of the divisions have extra stuff, they're all opposed to reason and evidence. But also these divisions, all of these lead to, when conservatives or kings or clergy or capitalists have rule over our society, death and destruction. Or lead to death and destruction. So how can we bring that back to belief? That's other back to self. What was our first definition? It's to identify with the lesser in opposition with the greater. So therefore, belief, we've upgraded our definition of belief by having had this fun reflection today. So it's a win-win. We have fun, but we also learn more about the nature of belief. It's a win-win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win.
That's what I said.
It's sad, and I'm sad for you.
But I agreed with you.
I would scoop the moon in a cup for you.
Okay, that's fair. Is that fair?
I think it's so awesome.
Me too. Make some more room. So we've learned more. Not only is belief by definition to identify with the lesser aspects of the duality of reality, or the aspects of the self-logos in opposition to the greater, but what we've also said is to identify with the lesser opposed to the greater, and reason itself and evidence itself. So we can say as our analysis, synthesis and analysis, what kind of, don't leave it as that, not just as this, that's, oh my goodness.
They're completely lying to you.
They're disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
Well, hang on, I'll finish it. YSIS, there you go. Happy?
I'm eating the testicles of this bull, and I'm eating it raw.
I don't know if that means you're happy or you're not happy.
I think it's so awesome.
Well, RM thinks it's awesome. Analysis. Therefore, belief by definition, we can upgrade, identified with lesser aspects of self logos pairs, and the way in which it's opposed to the greater opposed to reason and evidence, or logos itself and ousia itself, which we know as which is our purpose to master and make use of, which is through understanding. So our purpose or meaning of intelligent life. Leading to the death and destruction of all intelligent life and meaning and purpose. That's called Armageddon. So, belief is the destruction, the death and destruction of all intelligent life, Armageddon, is the conclusion if we stay in the, which we can define therefore as the destruction of intelligent life. Spammer. in
This is
chat.
an AI guy.
That was an AI guy,
And this is spam.
and it was spam.
Die mad about it, bitch.
But no,
The internet is all robots.
it's all robots.
It's a win-win-win-win-win.
No, it's a lose.
You piece of shit is a robot.
That's a robot.
You know what? Suck my dick.
Oh my goodness. All right, so belief leads ultimately to the destruction of all life. So interesting. Makes sense why no one gives a shit about stupid belief, and many people who are unjust and are blocked from their development of understanding seek positions where they can play out their ignorant belief with impunity, whether it be some ignorant Bible basher yelling, "You're going to hell, you're going to hell," in the street, which just happens in my city, which is pretty disgusting and gross, or whether it be Netanyahu trying to genocide, blow up the world for his bullshit, or Trump doing the same, or the religious followers doing the same, capitalists destroying the world for profits in their next quarter, all that shit. Destruction of intelligent life. By definition, this is the significance of understanding. You don't believe this. You understand it. Each of those steps you should be able to understand for yourself, having read the book along with us, or if you're super smart, following the reasoning that we've been going through. But also you should be able to demonstrate it. So therefore, these first two categories of the dialectic, you should be able to define it yourself by being able to go through these stages of the dialectic to show that the cause of all human problems are belief. In principle, by definition, not just in this lifetime, but in any lifetimes. In the Dark Ages, what happened when religion took over medicine? Almost everyone died. It was a shit show.
Freaks.
And they were freaks.
Unbelievable sluts these days.
And these days, the sluts are now unbelievable.
It's a total shit show.
It was back then. So whether it be in the Dark Ages, whether it be in the future when some Elon Musk or Donald Trump declares himself Jesus again, well, he's already done that. When Elon Musk declares himself Jesus or whatever planet you go on, whatever galaxy you're in, whatever time you're in, whatever universe you're in, you should be able to carry this understanding with you. Therefore, it's the kind of learning that we would put in the category of things that could be the meaning of life if it transcends our physical existence. Wherever you find yourself, you can apply this to yourself as well, and your loved ones. So you should be able to define it yourself, but also demonstrate it. And it's this demonstration that is our use of our communication. We talk with each other to see how well we can demonstrate an understanding of our highest vision. This is a high vision of reality. How many people do you know can understand the nature of all human problems with one word? And not by belief, because the Bible says so, but through understanding, which has scope over all possible beliefs, which we're going to get into now. So you should be able to define it and demonstrate, and their way of talking with each other is a way of demonstrating our highest vision or our understanding of highest vision in a way that we can perfect it for ourselves. Now, the trick is, can you find people who are genuinely open to it? Otherwise, you're wasting your time, or you're doing them harm by, if they're not interested in understanding, which is these purple ones, if they're interested in belief, it's the blue ones. So let's make them the right colors. So while our purpose is to share our understanding of the highest vision by those who are genuinely interested, and right now I have like 100 followers on Twitch. Not many, and it's hard to catch them online as well. This is love of understanding versus addiction to belief. Remember addiction? We showed today how attractive it was. Old mate got a kick out of coming into some random chat room and saying, I love God. Why? Didn't help anything, wasn't relative to anything. Literally the stupidest thing he could have said, given we were doing a dialectic on belief. But imagine walking into a butcher shop and saying, cows are the sexiest of animals, I'd like to kiss them on the mouth. You're not going to make friends that way at a butcher shop. Also, it's weird. Unless there was someone working at that butcher shop who also found cows very sexy.
Goon.
And because they goon so much.
Gooners.
Because they were gooners.
You can be a gooner.
And they said you can be a cow gooner. Unless they already believe that, everyone's going to think you're insane. But he did it anyway. That's the human issue. It's not just belief versus understanding. So that means that if we do get to travel the universe, if we do get to overcome the impending Armageddon that happens if we do not address the nature of beliefs the way we've done here, if we are overcoming that and we do get to awaken to our human purpose within a greater cosmos, we have to do two things. Recognize this dialectic on understanding versus belief, our ability to, with understanding, follow the self logos, return to the sacred source of all, the one self with understanding, and the implication of belief to be further entrenched in your pathologos image of yourself that we've been born here to address, according to Socrates in the book, making your pathologos a self-fulfilling prophecy, keeping you in fate, which will end in whatever planet you're on, the destruction of all intelligent life, because belief, by definition, isn't just limit opposed to the greater, or part opposed to the whole, or motion opposed to rest. It's opposed to reason and evidence we saw in our dialectic. Reason and evidence is the meaning of life, ousia and logos. It's the capacity we have that makes us evolved. If intelligent life is the use of ousia and logos through the dialectic, the definition of belief, whatever planet, whatever time you find it, whatever species you are talking to, which you may find yourself in your reincarnation or in your spiritual evolution, or as a race if we overcome this problem collectively, if they do not realize it, it will end in not just the opposition to whole or freedom or unlimited, the opposition and destruction of all intelligent life. That's where this game always ends. Think of the Dark Ages, think of the Crusades, but now add nuclear weapons to the mix. That's what we're facing. Always in principle, not a matter of opinion, not a matter of belief. Truth. Now, what we're seeing is, and as we had demonstrated by our friends providentially, perhaps, in chat today, that's not the whole of the issue. It's truth and humanness. So just as that person walking into the butcher shop saying, cows are so sexy, I want to kiss them on the mouth.
Be a reasonable gooner.
And they're not being a reasonable gooner.
Goon. Goon,
They're
goon, goon, goon.
Yes, lots of gooning, says the oracle.
My head is quite large and filled with secrets.
Gooning secrets, apparently. Oh my goodness. I'm going to make these yellow so we can see them a bit better. So the two states of being we can participate in as human beings. One, a love of understanding. That was our response to our first chatter. We encouraged him to get out of his trolling role within the family, the blue one, and awaken or utilize or step into a love of understanding. Without that, he won't have the motivation to listen. No one's going to listen to me or Socrates or this channel unless you already have some sort of love of understanding. That's it. You got two things, understanding and ousia. Those are the two aspects, logos and ousia. The two aspects of wisdom, understanding and knowing. Some people have the experience of knowing first. Maybe at Coachella, they take too much acid and they experience a knowing state beyond their physical life or beyond time. All of those greater aspects, whole, you experience the whole, you experience sameness, you experience unlimited, you experience pure rest. The greater of the two. That's great. After having that experience, you might be interested in understanding what that is, developing it, integrating it, that's the oxidizing pictures. Understanding it, that's the hypotheses. Or you haven't had that experience yet, or maybe you've had a glimpse here and there, and you love understanding. So it's a love of understanding that would motivate you to be listening to me either way. Now, the other chatter that came in after that first chatter demonstrated the irrationality. Aren't cows so sexy you want to kiss them on the mouth?
Goon, 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 goon.
That's how much he was gooning, or addicted to belief. It's not just belief, it's an addiction. Our job as human beings is to understand both the truth and the human addiction to it, and what is involved in overcoming that addiction. That addiction is more powerful than wisdom. As we've said, some people have that experience of wisdom and know the nature of goodness or reality or the self, but straight back to their beliefs. Give them a week, give them a day. They're back to the same old stuff. Giving us the archetypes of Master Jiraiya, Tsunade, the Hokage of the Leaf Village, Master Roshi of Dragon Ball Z. Any anime, there'll be some sort of guru character who has some special spiritual insight or ninjutsu insight, but has problems. They are still addicted to gambling or drink or lechery or whatever, the pervy sage. Which means if we do get to explore other galaxies, either in this time or this lifetime or beyond, this will be true for any galaxy, but what will make it different is the humanness. If we meet the Glorp-Glarp race, they will have their own Glorp-Glarp kind of addiction to problems, for there to be problems. That's life. There has to be something we have to address while we're reincarnated here, and there has to be some, which is manifested as belief. The fact that we have problems caused by belief seems unjust on the surface until you factor in reincarnation, as Socrates is telling us to in this text, because that allows us to say, hey, the problems that you carried in here will function as a problem to say, wake up and do your job. Otherwise, you can die, go to heaven, meet, no, I won't say meet Jesus because I'm being silly, meet their self and say, well, I did everything I could and there was no problems. I didn't even have to address my beliefs. Bollocks. That's not the reality we live in. You do have problems to send you a message about your beliefs, to give you what you need to address the injustice and the problems you are carrying of your soul through reincarnations, making it a just reality. In principle, it's just. So we need belief. And we need it to cause, we need belief, and we need it to cause, as we've seen in the dialectic, repeating cycles of failure, keeping us entrenched in, keeping that false belief alive, keeping us stuck in our repeating cycles of failure in a self-fulfilling prophecy called fate. But we need something to keep it there. That's the addiction part. So that's the human part. There's an addiction. We get a kick out of shitting on people the way our parents shat on us. If you've ever met a stupid person, in Australia we call them bogans. In America you might call them hillbillies or rednecks. Think of blue collar comedy. Think of the Joe Rogan sphere. Any of those comedians, they are idiots. They are morons, but they think they're funny, and they're not actually clever enough to be funny. So what they do is they take their state of mind where they shit on people who are vulnerable. They never punch up. Joe Rogan licks the boots of the fascists. But those marginalized, the immigrants, the people who don't have, who are not treated like citizens in that fascist country, women, they beat up on, literally and metaphorically. All of the vulnerable groups, gay people, that's what they use their wealth and power and reach to do. They're addicted to the idiot way of knowing where you punch down on people who are vulnerable. And if you've ever met a bogan or a redneck comedy or a Joe Rogan type person, that's their whole thing. It's attractive because you don't have to address your fear of understanding and actually learn shit. You don't have to address your fear of mind and a freedom of self. You can be a nice slave licking the boots of Elon Musk and fucking Donald Trump, as they do. So it's this addiction to being ignorant, but pretending or cosplaying you are knowing, inflicting harm of others. That addiction is called sadism in principle. Taking as inflicting harm, which belief in idiots can do, as a mark of knowing and therefore desirable. Desiring inflicting harm, that's sadism. We have to address the addiction to it. And if we meet Gleek Glorp race, we have to find what makes them addicted. What's their Joe Rogan equivalent? So, beliefs, by definition, by its functioning, by its divisions, and by its conclusion, opposed to reason and evidence, opposed to life and our purpose and meaning, ending up in the destruction of all intelligent life. The two ways of being, love of understanding, manifests from our true self into the peak states of mind, including the peak experience, which is both true and not true, because the peak experience has a cause which is beyond experience, demonstrating that for any one of these categories, you can do all three, up to you. Use the information you're getting from the book to populate it. That's the exercise. There you go. Have it. Have fun. Share it with your friends over coffee. Share it with us in Discord. The divisions, in every division of your life, you act through the dialectic, meaning you are following the self-logos, ultimately leading in not a destruction of all life, but a self-logos return, following the self-logos to return to the sacred source of all, which is the self. Carrying with you in your back pocket, understanding. Whereas people who live a life addicted to their belief Their belief comes from its origin, the image of the self, manifesting as their familiar family states of mind that you repeat and that we look for in our blocks or our reading or our dream analysis, allowing you to function in that role. So Mr. Troll today had to say, to his credit, say, I came in as a troll, but that was my way of communicating familiarity with you. It was a good thing. So I thought. It's not a blame game. It was good that he had that. Now, with this understanding in his back pocket, he can ask the question, why did I think that role and that way of interpreting, why did I think it was familiar, or good? And then the next thing is we can ask him, how does it play out in his life? How, if he can see it gets in the way of his development, keeps him in a self-fulfilling prophecy of fate, repeating cycles of failure, keeping him stuck in that image of himself, then he can be open to midwifery. Should he be reading? Therefore, we can say that our purpose in mastering the art of the dialectic requires us to be reading true philosophy, which is our pursuit of what's true. Again, very few people have made complete intelligible works that reflect the self-logos. Pierre Grimes, the book that we're reading, the Balboa translations of Socrates, but also apparently Homer, and we're getting Balboa translations of that. The significance of them being Balboa translations is that one, Balboa has gone through, has participated in these activities with a master. Necessary to translate without interpretation. He also includes the Greek underneath, so you can read it for yourself if you think he might be getting hung up on a particular word, and maybe once or twice he does. Doesn't matter, you can look it up. Giving us an opportunity to read. You have to be, that's the true. The false, of course, is the dialectic applied to midwifery. As the oracle says,
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they reason themselves into.
you can't reason themselves out of that position, but you can reflect on that state of mind through your past to find the origin scene and reflect on that scene from which you came to that false image of yourself. And of course, you need to be doing both with dream analysis and then also writing dialogues to reflect that journey, which is interesting because this book has given us this book concludes with a message for us to do all four. The book finishes with Jesus blocked, meaning he can't go any further unless he does philosophical midwifery. The sequel that the book is asking you to write involves midwifery. The book has been pointing out time and time again, you can't do that to completion without dream analysis. Time and time again through this book, Socrates points to dream analysis as our highest activity. Meaning in your sequel, Socrates and Jesus would probably be exploring a dream maybe. And it finishes with Jesus saying, hey, after we do that, maybe I'll be able to go on to explore further the nature of providential understanding, the nature of the divine mind, and the nature of the one self, which is of course the true. And because you're writing it as a dialogue, you are literally ticking all four boxes of the dialectic, which is the art you want to master as the meaning of life, to free yourself from your fate, from your problems. As a species, it would mean preventing Armageddon, but for your soul, preventing the repeating cycles of fate and misery and whatever the equivalent to Armageddon is in your soul. Maybe there is a negative reincarnation you will live if you don't address this. Maybe the destruction of your soul completely, a kind of Armageddon of your soul, but giving you what you need to overcome your problems and reach your excellence in all four areas, as well as giving you the book to understand how to do it and why it's worth doing. Therefore, if it ticks all four boxes, offering it to you, giving you what you need to define and demonstrate, could we therefore conclude this is the greatest book ever written? I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a counter-argument against that. It's definitely a masterpiece. So, that's our review of the Dialectic, and our friend in chat asked us a question about why some certain states of mind requires a dialectician to help them wake up from their state. Well, we can take this principle of the Dialectic and recognize it's got definition, demonstration, division, and conclusion, 4 stages, both for if it exists and doesn't exist. But we can realize, hang on a second, for there to be an unfolding of 4 categories, there has to be a cause, self. And we can apply this to, well, we've applied it to understanding the cause of human problems. We've applied it to understanding the 2 ways human beings can live. Love of understanding, addiction to belief. We've applied it to the meaning of life itself, the dialectic. But we can also apply it to the stages of the states of mind we go through as we go through that process. So we've got the self as the first cause, and then we've got the definition. How do we experience that state of mind as the highest or peak experience, which is the second hypothesis, or mind? How does it function? That's the third hypothesis, or by the way, the mind you can call the divine or the gods, because it's eternal. Providential understanding, providential understanding or dialectic, third. How it functions or demonstrates. The divisions. People who, instead of participating in that, so it's a lower state of mind in your development, take a division, my family, my religion, my mega cult, and take that as an imitation of knowing or a reflection, belief, which is again where our pathologos lies. And as a conclusion, if you do not address the beliefs that you grew up with, even if you are not religious, you have still grown up in a society and culture with this as a milieu or background, you end up with image thinking, shapes and colors, image thinking that opposes mind. Or it's called strict dualism. So do you think there's no connection to mind or self? So you can think there's no connection to mind and self. We'd be ants to God. We can't know the majesty of God. You could be like, yes, we can get close to God by singing Kumbaya as a collective, other to others, getting with other others and singing Kumbaya Jesus or Kumbaya Moses or Kumbaya Muhammad. Belief. You can be the functioning of the self. And by the way, the greater we can participate in the functioning of self, the greater we become like the self, making this the meaning of life or the spiritual method. By participating in the functioning of the self, we become like it. Same thing with understanding our dream work, reading the book without interpretation. It's all the same thing. That can open us up to that intelligible experience of Usia. That's the second, that's the penultimate state of enlightenment. And of course, the self, the one self, the self logos, or the cause, is the first hypothesis. So those are the states of mind we go through, apparently. Again, understand it for yourself, test it for yourself. But if you are blocked from that, if you are more addicted to your belief than wondering about your beliefs, if you're not interested in purifying the beliefs you're addicted to in the interest of self-development, then you have some sort of addiction to it. That addiction will manifest as some opposition to any one of these. Socrates says, by the way, if you fully understand this worldview or state of mind that functions in opposition, you will see it breaks down. It frees you from it, because the thing you are denying, your actual position, presumes the existence of it. So there's a way out. Again, dialectic and midwifery required. So our 10th hypothesis, we call the pathologo self. We're adding this to the text. Socrates said in this book, you might want to add a couple of extra hypotheses. The 6th hypothesis of Parmenides, Mickey Mouse. Let's go from the bottom up. Our Shadow asked about nihilism. That's the 9th. There's a rock, but there's not even a rock. There are no meaningful activities. Even the physical world is just illusion. 8th hypothesis, we're okay with the rocks, but there's only rocks. Materialism. Reductionism. Everything good or beautiful can be reduced to its smallest parts. 7th hypothesis, this is the one that's the most common. That's the one we're addressing. This is the idea, well, okay, we're in the realm of mind. There are principles and forces. We're not just all rocks in space, but those forces are equal and opposite, always at war with each other. Good versus bad. God versus Satan. A rejection of providence. Problems are not providential. Problems are bad, and we should be mad about them, and we should blow up the problems. Right, we got a problem with different religions, so let's just blow up all religions, or just all but my religion. There are a problem with wealth inequality. Let's blow up all the poor people who are protesting wealth inequality. There are a problem with racism. Let's just kill all the other races. See? Ignorant, savage, destructive, but also the most common. Now, of the classes of pathologos belief you could have, the best, well, the most common and most dangerous and most cruel and sadistic is the 7th. The best of all problems is the 6th. Because you're not opposed to understanding. You're not opposed to the 3rd. But you have to be opposed to something to have a problem that you've been born here to address. So you're opposed to reason, but the whole of reason, you're okay with the reason as part, so you can say part and whole. 9th hypothesis is opposed to there being parts, there's no rocks. 8th hypothesis is opposed to there being a whole. Well, there are only rocks, but there's no meaningful whole, which means there's no meaningful understanding of problems. So talk to an empiricist or a scientist, modern scientist who thinks everything is just physical evolution and just particles and quarks and stuff. They'll say, no, there's no human problems. You can't understand them as a whole, and you can't understand human excellence as a whole. It's just a matter of getting your end off. Evolution, sexual selection, and all that shit.
They're like a goon. They're a gooner.
They feel like a goon because they are a gooner.
It's great because it's stupid, but it gets a lot of attention, mate.
It does, and don't mock my accent, but it does get them a lot of attention because, I don't know, it's the we have looked at why it's the case. We've looked at how it stems from Aristotle and how it doesn't challenge by rejecting actual mind and self. It doesn't challenge the church, even though it's opposed to there being a divine. Bit funny, bit ironic there. So you're okay with there being parts, you're okay with being wholes in the physical world, you're okay with there being parts of reason in the world as well. So these people are likely the best people. So the people more likely to be open to what we do here, more likely to listen to a dude like me, someone who you might say is...
I'm joy maxing, okay? And if I aura mog,
Can I do my plugs?
now we're getting into extreme Jordan. It's not being crazy. I'm eating the testicles.
All right, I didn't find a compliment. One more time.
Jester goon maxed.
All right, I'm just a goon max, am
You're
I?
beautiful and everybody loves you, and you have the most beautiful breasts and the juiciest ass.
What? Well, I was looking for a compliment. I'll take it.
Goon 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 goon.
That's right. It's goon goon.
Goon 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 goon.
But I'm not going to deny that compliment. I pressed the button and it came out. I had to press it a few times, but I got there. Juiciest what? So those people are sixth hypothesis kind of people. Not always. You can move in and out of them, including these 5 positive ones. But while they are interested in reason, they do not think that there is a source that is in mind, that is knowable, that is eternal, and is a source for all of the principles in being that has to be eternal for it to have a scope over the physical world for always and forever, but is also knowable. So they're interested in reason, but to come up with a whole, they think it's just invented. So Marx came up with Marxism or socialism. That's the closest we've got to a use of universal principles applied universally to benefit everyone. So we'll take it. Now, that's way better than fascism and any of the belief systems, because it is based on understanding, but the issue is it's not objective truth and not the ultimate, not verifiable in direct experience. And also we need the 6th hypothesis because it's the closest reflection of the first, so we can recognize the self as the first and final cause, or our purpose, or our ultimate. So we can recognize the cause of problems is by definition its opposition, the 10th. So these are all categories of the pathologos. Now, you can see how certain people like the 6th people might be interested in learning this kind of stuff for themselves. But there are certain people who reject any meaningful activity, like the 9th, or who think maybe the 7th, I'm not sure. Well, let's just use the 9th. There might be other ones, but if they think there's no meaningful activity because they're nihilists, and someone as a philosopher comes along and talks with them and demonstrates there are rational principles, there is understanding, and their beliefs are garbage in principle, and understanding is beneficial, and it wasn't to convince them to buy anything or to give up like a nihilist, but encouraging them to be curious, open, and inspired to love understanding or learn, then they could walk away from that conversation and think, hang on a second. Well, you could even ask them as the dialectician, by the way, were we the same? Do we have different ideas? So at least there are parts. So that challenges there aren't even parts. We're 2 different parts. No meaningful activity. By the way, was that fun? That conversation we had? Was there something in common that had to exist for us to participate in language, in conversation? So at least that has a universal. That might open them up to the 7th and the 6th. Was it providential? Was it fun? So there might be some positions. So we finally got around to answering our chatter's question. And if he stuck around, he deserves an answer. If he didn't, well, then that's too bad for him. We can still benefit. There are certain positions like Mr. Nihilist who would require someone like us engaging with him in a way that challenges him in this way. And then reflecting on that conversation, he might see that his worldview ain't it. Now, we can go into explore what other possible movements you can make. And of course, I've been hinting at the mysterious cube. Because as we're saying, these are different states of mind. So you're not just in one, but maybe you're most often in one. Like maybe you're often in the fourth. And sometimes you're in the fifth. But sometimes you're in the eighth. Sometimes you're in the ninth. But fourth most common. You have a personality type. In fact, you might be able to put all 8 of these boxes within a cube. If so, we might be able to see the likely movements you can make. Oh, I smell popcorn. It reminds me of the movies. Oh, I want to see a movie. I haven't seen a movie in a while. Someone's making delicious popcorn nearby. Maybe I'll see a movie. Been working hard lately. Stepwise movement. A movement to what it's a reflection of. A movement to what it denies. And that's one we've been talking about now. If you fully understand that position, you might say that thing that you're opposing the existence of has to exist for you to be able to deny its existence the way you do. That's something that Socrates gave us. So in principle, each one of your pathologos or human classes of problem or intelligence classes of problems are solvable to the level that you are open to understanding that position itself, which is to take it analogically. It's not literal. Even the peak experience ain't literal. It's still a reflection. So any one of these stages we move through the use of open-mindedness and analogy. The opposition, well, we've started today by talking about the opposition to this, or our addiction to belief, was to do with, we pointed out the state of mind of certainty. So we can say, our problems or pathologos are tied to certainty. As a state of mind. And we contrasted it. Oh yeah, maybe contrasted it works. To our excellence, or our ability to follow the self logos. Sound drop time.
I'm too pure.
Emma does this because she's too pure.
Can I do my plugs now? I'm trying to do comedy career.
Well, I'm letting you do plugs. Go ahead.
And she spit on him also.
Is that a plug? That's a bad plug. She spit on them also. How is that a plug? It just makes you a gooner.
Goons of gooners.
That's right. That's you. You're a gooner.
That's insane. Like, you need help. There's no help, actually. You need a straitjacket.
Yeah, you need to be a straitjacket because you're such a gooner.
Brain rot escalates.
Hey. To follow the self logos, state of mind of curiosity. And we use other terms from the text. We talked about philosophical ignorance. As opposed to say, I know all the answers. Get off yourself. You don't. That's okay. That's where you start. Or being stung. Stung, open, curious. No, you don't know what to say. Or the Greek word aporia. Curiosity. But hang on a second. What have we been seeing the whole way through our reflection today? State of mind is equivalent to ousia. as our peak state of mind. But there's always two things: ousia and our thinking. State of mind and our thinking. Our whole and our parts. Thinking. Or how we use the logos. So we can say our problems are caused by certainty and literalism. Taking your situation literally. I literally think that God exists. And I literally think it's Jesus. And he's literally white. And he was literally killed. And he literally magicked to heaven with magic. Literalism. And when he said that you can't mix two cottons in the Bible, I take that literally. I go around finding people with modern clothing that has some cotton and some polyester, and I sacrifice them to the Lord. Literalism. God promised us Palestinian land 3,000 years ago. Literally. Literalism. And God said we can kill anyone who challenges us as the chosen people. Literalism. Literalism. As our thinking versus analogy. Taking your position as an analogy. Analogy. Is that O or A? Is that my accent that makes it sound like an A? A-N-A-L-A-G-Y. No, it was my accent. Analogy is actually analogy. Analogy. Not analogy. There we go. That's our method. Curiosity and analogy while pursuing the dialectic. As opposed to certainty and literalism engaged in
Debate dweeb.
being a debate dweeb.
Debate weirdo.
Debate weirdos. So, there we go. That's the state of mind we're in and the way of reflecting from that state of mind that allows our movement through these negative hypotheses and positive ones. And we could even represent the movements. Yeah, this isn't in the text, but it kind of is. Socrates talked about music as something that woke him up to the logos or the intelligibility or harmony. Harmony. And he said, hey, by the way, what made me curious was wondering if this harmony of music reflects a greater harmony, which of course is the logos and the dialectic. Butt's getting sore. Sit in a different way. We mentioned earlier the phi ratio, the golden ratio, but music follows three kinds of basic analogies: the geometric, the arithmetic, and the harmonic. No, that's a bit of a rabbit hole. Maybe we won't go on it today. But then we can wonder if that's what is the harmony of music, giving us the octave, the perfect fifth, and the perfect fourth, from which music is derived, represented on the circle of fifths. What represents the movement in the greater harmony? So this, we might be able to find whether it's music or something or any other hobby or pursuit that you have. If you seek to understand its basic principles, its fundamental principles with the logos, with those three analogies, the next step is that step Socrates took. Meaning, what's the movement? if there are three primary relationships in music that represent the three primary mean analogies, 1 is to 2 as 2 is to 3, arithmetic, 1 is to 2 as 2 is to 4, geometric, which would be above because it's the octave, 2 is to 3 as 3 is to 6. And of course, its cause, A is to B as B is to A plus B, which is only 2 terms, which is the golden analogy or the ratio or the phi ratio. Then maybe that could represent the movements that we've been talking about that we can facilitate our own movement or others through in the dialectic. Is there a geometrical jump from this to this? Is there an arithmetic jump from this to this? Is there a harmonic jump from this to this? Which are they? Don't know. But that's the cube. The cube is something we've been hinting at for a while. It's mysterious. And by the way, we're missing 2 parts on the cube. What if there was a string from every stage that keeps this cube suspended? Would that mean that whatever position you're in, even the most ignorant, could become the most wise? If every single one of those is some kind of reflection or analogous reflection of the self, so long as you are perfecting that curiosity and analogy in your thinking. Can you from any possible state gain an insight into the pathologos? Meaning, in principle, could any fool become wise by both insight into the self compared to and then reflected on and compared to the pathologos, insight into the pathologos? Can we see this in Socrates giving his demonstration of the worst person being able to fill this, being able to become the best? So, we'll keep that as a question. Also, in this map, to answer our friend's question, demonstrate and also giving us a review of the dialectic, the meaning of life, the nature of human problems, the 2 ways of living human beings can be, the 4 possible categories of human ignorance that we have, the 5 positive stages of the hypothesis that give us an understanding of our growth. Now we need all of this to go into the oxherding pictures, because the oxherding pictures doesn't have the logos, but it is representation of spiritual development within the Buddhist tradition. So all this review is necessary to take with us from this book to see if we can shed light on the oxherding pictures. There's one more question we have to see from all of this work, and good work if you've been following along. One more question. In the book, I need some more cookies. I need a cookie, Max.
Funny and hey, leave some for the rest of us, man.
Imagine people changing their positions and improving for the better.
Imagine.
If you don't know, now you know.
I don't know.
Personality maxing requires you to look inward on a deeper level, and it's harder to fix because then you have to make fundamental changes to who you are as a person. And it's because it feels like a much more core component of themselves that they don't want to change. Like, it's like, well, then if I change this, who am I?
I'm not just doing sound drops to buy time while I have a cookie. I'm reacting.
You're a little bitch ass baby.
What? Oh my goodness. How am I supposed to react to that? That's my reaction. Cookie maxed. So, in order to understand the difference between these stages of development we move through positively and the nature of our blocks or human problems, we've recognized that there are levels of reality that these reflect. There is the one self, and Socrates says he gained freedom from this fifth hypothesis, which says there's no connection to the mind and self, by realizing it was an analogy to show there's no connection between mind and self. Which brings in what he said at the end of this book: the cause has to be prior, superior, and not transcendent, but independent. Let's move this over. The cause has to be prior, superior, and independent of its effects. Of its effect. Now, this was the very dialectic we hit at the end of the dialogue itself, because Jesus was being asked to reflect with understanding, which is a functioning of mind, but it's mind addressing the parts, the words, the logos, the reasoning. So here we have, not that color. What color? This one. The parts addressing his experience of the divine luminosity as a whole in mind. Or we could say activity and model, because we've also been seeing that the model from which, what color? I got colors here, baby. How about this one? Yep. The model, or paradigm is the fancy word for model, for reality is mind. Activity is how it functions. In activity, I can cramp my hand. How it functions in creating each frame of our physical world, but also in how it communicates to us through our problems, through our daydreams, through our fantasies, through our night dreams. And we saw that this has a negative reflection into the physical world. Into the physical. Oops. The physical realm, physical world. The model is our beliefs, and our activity is to oppose our benefit. So another way of looking at 4 and 5 is the model. We know it all. So our friend in chat didn't have to say anymore. He didn't have to explain. The guy in chat earlier today didn't have to explain about belief or why he believed. He just said, I believe in God. He is my light. That's it. It's a wholeness. It is literally and notice he uses the language of the second. The words that are used to define the brilliant light of being, believers take and apply it to their own belief. That's religion in our world, but also Stoic philosophy. Stoic philosophy steals the language of dianoia, wisdom, courage, all this sort of stuff, but also divine luminosity, and applies it to the physical world only. So it's no coincidence that the most common and the way of mind, state of mind and way of being of our world, belief, also the cause of all problems. All humans carry this until they wake up to midwifery and dream analysis. So it's no surprise that those who are intellectually inclined and become academic philosophers are attracted to Stoic philosophy. Stoic philosophy is an imitation of the second. It's not the true whole or model. It's the distorted reflection, which is why we were talking about the different jumps. The different jumps or possible movements you can make we talked about stepwise. Let's move them about. Stepwise movements. Can you move from the 9th to the 8th, for example? We talked about, as Socrates gave us in this book, you can move from what you're objecting to that thing that you, if you understand your position, you see that the thing you're denying has to exist. So you can move across the line of is to is not. Remember, this is the dialectic, which means there's two, what if the self logos is? The positive hypotheses would be therefore, if self logos is, and of course with the dialectic you have to do what it isn't. Create a universe if the self logos doesn't exist. If self logos doesn't exist, you get, of course, the pathologos. So it's not neutral. It's not, oh, be a philosopher or be neutral. No, it's you are in the pathologos or you wake up to the logos. So one of those possible movements that we've been talking about could be from the position you're currently in to what it's a reflection of. And then this one here. So notice, old mate in chat today talked about God, my belief in God is my light. He's using the language of the second hypothesis reflected into the fourth activity. And just as the third is understanding is the activity from mind, so too image thinking is the activity from our beliefs. So you want to know why idiots are motivated by shapes and colors? Incels, woman shape, bad. Racists, oh, brown color, bad. It's because they have not examined their beliefs from which those images derive. Now we can also recognize that, hey, if that's the case, then we've seen that the two things we're here to make use of through curiosity and analogy are what color? I got colors here. Let's go this one. Ousia, the object of knowledge, or ousia, self-reflection, but reflecting completely upon ourselves, is another name for the model or the whole of mind. See, we're taking all of the terms we've learned from the text and putting them within a diagram so we can move horizontally. Noob philosopher reporting for duty. Welcome. To you we say.
Can I do my plugs now? I'm trying to do comedy career.
Oh my goodness. Do you have anything to plug? You need to plug any of your comedy? My soundboard is randomized. To you we say.
Off the perky, call me Kirky.
We'll call you Kirky if you're off the perky. Get off the perky. In honor of Charlie Kirk. We keep the flame alive or something. So, our capacity for self-reflection, ousia, can be understood by stepping horizontally along our map. Oh, it's the model or paradigm of reality. There you go. The object of knowing is, oh, it's also in mind, which means it's eternal or being. So the gods are a personification of mind. So mind knowing itself is being used as the model or paradigm for reality. Let's put them, yeah, it's fine like that, I suppose. Actually, let's put them side by side because these are not two different things. It's the same. So we'll say mind / being, just as the physical world is physical world. So just like it's imitation or distortion, so we can therefore add one more thing. We can say the gods therefore, let's move this over, running out of space. Good thing. This means we're smart. This means my what?
My head is quite large and filled with secrets.
This means our head is quite large and filled with secrets. We can therefore understand that the gods are a personification of this realm. Its cause, the single God, is the self. And the hero's journey is that movement from the physical world through this development. Oh, and by the way, we can see this as an expression of the ultimate or the principle. This over a little bit. The ultimate or the principle or the cause, or another word for that is axiom, causal principle that we have to take for granted to play the game. So we need to make this line larger. Okay, let's make it a bit neater. Okay. And its true reflection, or this would be the truth. Yeah. There's a lot to it's funny. There's a lot of words that can be used to describe the nature of true itself. It's the true principle, it's the true cause. It's the true. Its true reflection would be the truth. So this paradigm or model of reality in being represented by the gods is the truth of reality. And its distorted reflection into the physical world, causing our problems, the false. So this is our horizontal movement along the map to gain understanding of these ideas and the reality that we're in. Pretty neat? I think it's neat. What do you think?
I guess.
You guess it's fun, but also UFOs might be Jesus? I think you're off. I think you're on the Kirky, and I won't call you Kirky.
I have a sickness for the thickness. Fuck. So what? So we can recognize, therefore, the nature of human problems isn't evil, but within these 5 hypotheses, it's understood as belief and image thinking, therefore, do that little thing, human ignorance. Just as our excellence and ignorance. Whereas this would be wisdom. I'll make a different color. Wisdom. Just as this would be ignorance.
Okay. So this is bringing together everything we've done so far, but also demonstrating analogy itself. Because the false is a distorted analogy of the truth, and the truth is a less distorted reflection of true itself as the first principle, or first cause, or axiom, or the ultimate. And Socrates said, hang on a second, when I realized that this worldview that was so commonly held around me of the fifth hypothesis wasn't literal, so there's this open-mindedness and analogy. People who fight against their own interests in ignorance say you can't know the self, you can't know God. We are just ants to God, or it's heresy to know God, or to know God would be good to go beyond Jesus or Moses or whatever our chosen person is, the special one. And to go beyond the special one gets you murdered by our followers because we're fucked in the head, because you can't go above. That's heresy. So lots and lots of ways you can oppose. Now, you can ignore the specific ways you oppose your development and say all of them in their functioning is the fifth hypothesis, the activity or parts, or definition and demonstration. Its functioning or demonstration would be the fifth. The reason you think that way would be the fourth. So you can just look at the five on their own. You can break it down into the specific ways you believe badly and function badly to understand the four classes of pathologos. Just as you can participate in these five in a good way by looking for your images and your blocks, reflecting on your beliefs in dream analysis and midwifery, with a dialectician so you can function with providence, who is seeking the nature, who is looking at the model of the paradigm or model as the standard for beauty and justice, and ultimately to know yourself. He was freed from this way of thinking that there's no connection to mind and self by realizing it was an analogical message about the self being not connected to mind. They're not connected. Your greatest experience is not the same as self. Your self is having the experience. Or as the book says, when you understand third hypothesis, mind the way we've been doing, you might be, there might come a time where you quiet even mind, leaving sight free and open to see itself as the self, which is of course the principle that the cause of something is prior, superior, and independent of its effects. So if the cause, the first cause principle axiom of the true self, or God, the highest possible idea of God, the first and final cause, so the cause of the self-logos unfolding and our goal, is the self, it has to be independent from what it causes, the paradigm. So, why are we looking at this? Because we're supposed to be doing the oxherding pictures today. We need all of this in our back pocket to see if we can, see if we can make sense of the oxherding pictures as a result of reading this book. So all of this is bringing together what we've been reading in this book. But hang on a second. What have we been learning about how to read? In learning how to read, we look for patterns. We look for patterns that are missing pieces, because that's the clue. Just as Resident Evil, you look for patterns. Oh, there's a green door that needs a green key, and a blue door that needs a blue key. Uh-oh, it's a red door. I wonder what to use.
I have a sickness for the thickness.
Can I do my plugs now? I'm trying to do comedy career.
No time for plugs. Garbage.
Freaks.
It's a freak for you wanting to do plugs. Right, Emma?
It's a total shit show.
That's what I was saying.
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
Yeah, I thought so. So looking for incomplete analogies. Looking for the red key now that you know there's a pattern established. What pattern have we established in our map? Whether you're in the level of self, mind, or the physical world, whole and part, model and activity, ousia and logos. Therefore, could there possibly be the first hypothesis of Parmenides? Could we see and maybe gain insight from the ox herding pictures a possible ousia or knowing of the self different from its logos or activity? It's not in the hypotheses. That's okay. We've already added to the hypotheses because of the work that we've been doing. We've added already the 10th hypothesis. Therefore, can we take that first and break it down into a possible th and 12th hypotheses? That's the question. Now, everything we've reviewed, we're going to see if we can see it reflected in the last few pages of the text that we're going to reread before we're jumping into the ox herding pictures. But first of all, let's see. Let's see this puzzle given to us once, only once. So you had to be paying attention. Thankfully, we've been paying a lot of attention. It's a fucking masterpiece, perhaps the greatest book ever written. Definitely worth reading. So we have been paying attention. So good for us. And to us, we say,
you're beautiful and everybody loves you, and you have the most beautiful breasts and the juiciest ass.
oh my goodness. For all of you who have been following along, you are beautiful and everyone loves you, and you have the most beautiful breasts and juiciest ass, apparently. Because we don't argue with the oracle. Right?
My head is, I'm always good. And that is what I
Stand for being good all the time.
Because she's good all the time. Is that right?
My head is quite large and filled with secrets.
And his oh, crazy. So let's see it in the text the one time it was mentioned. Okay, and keeping in mind, we know, or well, we don't know, that's for you to confirm in your own direct experience, but we are hypothesizing the model that is knowable in ousia is mind or being, known as a whole in the second hypothesis, from which its activity is the logos. So there's an inherent logos within the ousia, allowing it to be the paradigm or model. Let's go back to it. Socrates. So, by the way, this takes us nicely into the end of the text, because we can jump in from here, because this was... So the book ends with everything that we've needed to come to understand the nature of human problems, but also we're missing, of course, the interpretation. So for each of these 5 stages, we can also have stages of interpretation that also Socrates says you can represent as... So as we go through this learning and development, we have interpretation, let's just finish off our work. Interpretation. We have the 5 positives. So we have the 5th let's give it a different color. Let's go the 5th. So if you come across something new that's true and challenges your own level of belief and image thinking, ignorance, 4th and 5th. Challenges your own pathologos, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, the image of yourself, pathologos. Or maybe challenges your level of development within the 5. As Socrates tried to get Jesus to look at his peak experience, the 2nd, and use this axiom or principle of cause, the cause is prior, superior, and independent of the effect. Therefore, even this peak experience that Jesus thinks makes him makes him the next coming, the King of the Jews, even that has to have a cause. And there are people who've had this experience, life-changing. They haven't experienced anything more real. They can't imagine anything more real because there's not anything more real in experience. Make sense of it through their beliefs because they haven't done midwifery and logos. Almost everyone haven't done midwifery and dream analysis. And so they start their own little religion or cult or whatever, following. Socrates is using Providence or Dialectic 3 to get Jesus to reflect on his 2nd and realize it has a cause, but says, I'm hesitant to talk about this because it challenges people's level of stage. To reflect on the cause of the thing that you think is real implies there is a level of reality that you're not used to. That can be scary, especially if you've identified it, as the Oracle says, character maxing.
People don't logic
Their way into stupid.
Wait.
Personality maxing requires you to look inward on a deeper level, and it's harder to fix because then you have to make fundamental changes to who you are as a person. And it's because it feels like a much more core component of themselves that they don't want to change. Like, it's like, well, then if I change this, who had 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 this,
That's called aporia, or being stung. Who am I if I let go of this? Requires courage. So, thank you, Oracle. What the hell were we talking about before I was playing with my sound effects? Oh yes, it requires intelligence and curiosity and that openness, that state of aporia, openness, being stung, and to reflect on your position, not literally, it's not the only thing, it's an analogical reflection of a higher principle, all the way until you're beyond experience. It takes intelligence and open-mindedness for that. Therefore, Jesus doesn't have that, and he got triggered. That's where we are in the text, at the end. So, by the way, and the way in which you fight back against anything new, the classes of interpretation. We've got number 5. That is, you just simply reject. Oh, wrong color. You reject the new to keep the old, your old beliefs. A 4th, you offer alternative beliefs. A 3rd, take a piece. Take a piece. Take a piece. Like a patch on an old coat, take a piece of the new. And up here. Number 2, you try and save both. Try and unify both. Unify both. Can't we just keep some beliefs? Okay, maybe not the Nazi ones, maybe not the sexist ones, maybe not those religions, but surely there's some religion that isn't in principle bad. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. But I love my religion. It's called being mature. Unifying both old and new. is a kind of interpretation. Notice interpretation is the functioning of belief. Put that at the top. Interpretation, functioning of belief, which we just defined as the cause of human problems. Tell your friend. And of course, the first is the one that we're aiming for, which Socrates says is not of interpretation. It should be accept the new and sacrifice the old beliefs. So new understanding or new logos, sacrifice the old pathologos. Different idea of sacrifice. Religion, the word God in the Anglo-Saxon comes from the root word sacrifice. But what we sacrifice is what's good for membership within the belief clan. So we sacrifice understanding, mind, and self-freedom. Now, what he also said is for every one of those, you could have someone like Mark who rejects the rejecter. So Mark rejects Paul. Paul is all that belief and faith and bullshit. Rejects the rejector. So in principle, we could go through the text and find maybe examples, or if it's a missing analogy, we can make our own, to find a kind of interpretation that rejects the opposite. Now, because they're all levels of interpretation, it's kind of good. Except for rejecting this top one. I wonder about that. So, as we saw, all of the negative hypotheses is a rejection of the positive, but in doing so, it collapses your own position, freeing yourself from that position. But also, if you see the necessity for that position you've rejected, not only does it free yourself from the position you were in, we're in the hypotheses here. So let's say you're a nihilist. There are no rocks. Number 9. If you fully understand your position, you see that your position falls down. It assumes there to be things for you to take the position that there are no things. If you fully understand your position. For you to have that position. Is that a thing? Is that an activity? Do you think it meaningful to have that position? Now, what's interesting is, possibly, if you see the necessity for the fifth hypothesis, you may even be able to see it necessarily existing within a whole, as a part within a greater whole. So maybe the 9th doesn't only free you from the 9th if you understand it. It might free you. It might free you to move to the 5th, but also, if you see the necessity of the 5th, maybe it can also free you from the 5th. As Socrates says, it necessarily exists as a reflection about the self to teach us that the self transcends mind. So long as I take this position, there is no connection between the physical and mind. No, that's literal. That's the false. Remember over here? The false. It's a message that there's no connection between self and mind. In other words, you walk through this as a gateway to a different dimension, self, or sight opening itself up to see itself. So maybe rejecting the rejector frees you from this position because you've rejected this. When you read Mark, you're free from Paul. But also you're free from Mark, at least that functioning of Mark. So Mark might have a greater functioning up here somewhere as well. So in principle, there are 5 positions of interpretation and it's 5 rejections, just as there are 5 positions of our development and it's 5 rejections. So what? So Spam in chat.
It's a rug pull. This guy's doing something worse than slop with AI. This is like sludge.
That's you doing sludge.
The internet is all robots.
It's all robots.
Bull testicles. Bull testicles.
And bull testicles. Bull testicles. How do you know how to say something so wise about bull testicles?
My head is quite large and filled with secrets.
Ah, I thought so. So, as we go through these stages of development that we represent as the self-logos, as we address our blocks to that process called the pathologos, through our reading of the logos texts and our midwifery, what's true and what's false, both under the rule or guidance of our dream analysis, giving us 3 fundamental activities of the dialectic in learning to read and put our reading together, and learning to remove our problems, and learning to understand our dreams. As we go through that process, we have to also recognize the humanness. Remember the humanness? As we said before, it's not just a matter of learning the truth. We have to recognize there is a human addiction to our belief. Just as if we go to Gloop land, the Gloop will have their own addiction to whatever they consider, what their version of belief. And beliefs in principle, no matter what time period, whether you're in the Dark Ages, whether you're in the Crusades, whether you're in the Holy Wars, whether you're in today or in the future. In principle, you can memorize and take with you this dialectic. In definition, belief always is bad and the cause of problems of intelligent beings. Definition. Also, we can add to another definition because you can also add this one. In principle, it's a false reflection of the truth as the model or the whole reflecting the model or whole of ousia into a pseudo-ousia. It's not, we don't want bad things. It's therefore a pseudo-ousia, which we should put on here. A pseudo-ousia or a fake image of ousia, what we think to be our good because of our parental figures when we were young, appearing good and beautiful. Then becomes Netanyahu appears when he reflects your parents. He appears good and beautiful. And Trump appears to be so good and beautiful. Pseudo, P-S-Y-U-D-O. I don't know how to spell it. I'm going to have to look it up. Hold, please. Chatters, how do you spell pseudo? P-S-Y-U-D-O. I've tried to spell it before. Oh, I spelled it wrong. D-O. Chatters, you got it wrong because you're not there and because it's philosophy and no one is interested in philosophy yet. Wow. Who cares? For those people who are watching, we do it anyway. Because we will scoop the moon for you.
Everybody should love sluts. I love sluts.
And we're not calling you sluts, but we also love you. P-S-E-U-D-O. There's no Y. P-S-E-U-D-O. P-S, like a P-S, P-S-P. P-S-E-U-D-O. Pseudo. ousia. That's why we call it the zombie virus. The zombies aren't alive, but there's enough life for them to walk and do zombie things. And pseudo logos. They're not using the logos through the dialectic as we are learning, but they can say brains, brains, brains as an analogy for our problems that keep us stuck in our fate. So as old mate came in with the trolling in chat, or old mate number 2 came in with the Jesus crap in chat, yeah, you'll find a billion people who function in the same way. It's not unique, it's not creative, it's not really reflecting the true nature of yourself and the true unique expression of self that's characteristic to you, that can contribute to humanity. It's just the empty repeating of phrases. It's boring. Yeah, I've heard it a billion times, but Jesus, or but nah, understanding your mama. Literally, the lowest use of language to repeat empty, meaningless, in your own way catchphrases, or pseudo-logos. Which comes into here. The repeating of empty. So we can take both of those ideas together. The repeating of empty phrases, that blocks your development, and our actual development to sightseeing itself in this page here of this text. When reasoning brings with it a quietness of the mind, and one can drop away everything to see what sees, it is then that sight opens itself up to itself, the self. There's our movement to the first hypothesis. Equally, the drowning of oneself in empty phrases breeds chaos. So the guy saying, but Jesus, bro, or I love God, and the guy saying, your mama, same bullshit. One is a fourth hypothesis example of ignorance. I believe in Jeebus. The other one is a just rejection. Meaningful activity of philosophy. Your mama is a meaningful activity of philosophy. D's nuts philosophy. See, stupid. It's not clever. The only time it's clever if you're using it ironically, I suppose, to make fun of it. But fifth hypothesis, image thinking. Your mama, my mama. Images. Belief, but I believe in Jeebus. Ignorance, the nature of human problems, ignorance. So what? So we can see another reason why belief by definition is the cause of human problems, because it's false. It's enough ousia and logos to do harm, but not enough ousia and logos to do good or encourage self-reflection. Because it's a distorted model, the true use of ousia and logos is therefore the providential dialectic. So you don't have enough intelligence and language to do the dialectic, which is your purpose as a human being, the purpose of all human beings. You have enough to say, your mama. There's some words involved in that. You have enough to reflect on the conversation, say, to pull out a phrase. Oh, you're talking about God? I love Jesus. You're talking about philosophy? Philosophy, these nuts. So not a lot of self-reflection, not reflecting on what we've been talking about, or the what we've been reading, or what we've been putting together, or the significance of it, or learning the dialectic, or the meaning of life, or your purpose, or the reason you're here. None of that. That would be actual ousia. That would be functioning as a actual human being. In the new age of human beings, called being the word that we've been given at the end of the text. When Jesus fights back and says, hang on a second, aren't we all on different paths? Aren't we all on our own different path? Don't we all end up in the same Hellenic? Same, isn't it all just a matter of, nope, that's a ignorant statement. Why? Because it is a false belief that there is no truth. So it's sixth or seventh hypothesis. And you are trying to save your image about being polite. Don't challenge people's religious beliefs. Pretend there's no genocides. Pretend there's no dark ages. Pretend there's no holy war. Pretend there's no Armageddon. Just be nice. Being nice isn't being a bitch. You're not nice by being an ignorant bitch and buying the bullshit of fascists. Establishment left. Who should be fighting Trump and his genocide and his Armageddon. Every one of the establishment left who sit back and, let's let capitalists destroy everything. You are being just as fascist. You be good not by being nice, or you be kind not by being nice, or polite. You be kind by being good. Good, true, logos. The words, and one, by the way. One method, the one self. What is true, not what is polite, the true self. That is good providence, the good self. And it's to follow the logos. the 4 words that describe the one self or our ultimate goal. That's just another empty catchphrase. Oh, but some beliefs. No. By definition, belief is a shadow, distorted reflection of truth. Just as vice, ignorance, is a pseudo-ousia, people are bad because they're seeking the good. It's just a belief that they're using. It's a pseudo-ousia, pseudo-beauty, pseudo-justice. So we can understand belief as the cause of human problems or ignorance with this map. But we've also understood it as, by definition, using the self-logos. You identify with the lesser part. Another spammer. Oh my god, it's like 3
You
today.
piece of shit, there's a robot.
You're a robot. So I gotta take a piss. But Right. So okay, when I come back, we will see in the text Jesus' response to that kind of belief that maybe everyone's path is fine. Maybe a non-logos path. Imagine saying that to anything else. You want to fly a plane? You need to understand the principles and demonstrate an understanding of aviation. But maybe anyone can fly a plane. Hey, you put anyone as a pilot, anyone who's on the plane, you could make them pilot. Let them pilot the plane. We're always going to end in LA. It's just different ways of piloting the plane. Can you imagine something so stupid? No, you won't get to LA if you get one of the passengers flying the plane who doesn't have understanding of how to fly the fucking plane. You are flying the plane of your soul, your body, your life. You just can't get any old stupid belief and get to where you're supposed to be going. You will crash and you will burn and you will take down anyone if you have power over them. That's Trump. That's Netanyahu. That's every fucking religion that's ever existed. And that's you. If you don't wake up to the one single purpose of human beings necessary for flying the plane of your soul. The only response to that is, thank fuck. It's not a matter of opinion. There's actually a true, verifiable way of solving human problems and reaching our goals. Thank God for that. Because capitalism floods us with, hey, maybe this one new technique will solve your depression. Buy this product. BetterHealth.com. Talk to these counselors with their ignorant beliefs and maybe they'll make you happy. By the way, it's a $10 per day subscription fee. Bullshit. That leads to Armageddon, literally. These belief-based groups, capitalists, conservatives, and clergy, are specifically declaring we want to end the world so Jesus comes back. It's not metaphorical. Now, some of them are going along for the ride because they're nihilists. No, well, who gives a fuck? We're going to get as much money, party on Epstein Island until the world blows up. Let's see how Socrates responds to this pussying out at the end. Oh, and the other response to hearing that there is an objective way of learning how to fly a plane, that's open to everyone. You don't have to be special or only a man or only white to learn how to fly a plane. It's understanding. Understanding includes everyone who wants to play. The other response is, but I love my beliefs. I love my Anglicanism. I love my Mormon magic underpants. I love my Jewish genocide of Palestinians. I love my evangelist Christian genocide of Muslims. I love it. It makes me feel special. That's the addiction part. That's the human part. That's why our map of human development has to recognize not only the classes of pathologos that oppose our learning about truth, but the way we interpret I reject that because I love killing people who are different than me, says religious people. Or maybe you're not killing them yourself. Maybe you're just voting for Trump who kills them, or Netanyahu who kills them. Or maybe you don't even vote, but maybe it's just your kid who you're telling is less. She's a woman, so she causes sin. Your role as a woman is to be obedient to a man. That's still harmful to someone. And even if they don't have any power or any influence on anyone in the world, which is impossible, by the way, they are still hurting themselves. There is no way of pussying out of truth. They are still flying their own plane. Even if they live in a cave with the bears, it still matters. Every person matters. We're all here for a reason. That's called being good. It's not lying to be polite to fascist ignorance, by the way. That's why we need these interpretations. Oh, maybe no. Oh, okay, I'm not rejecting that. I do accept we can't be polite because literally the world is being filled with people being tortured to death for capitalists, or Armageddon is on the horizon. But maybe we should all believe in Mormon Jesus. Do you hear the magic underpants and the soaking? Gooners offering an alternative belief as a solution. Taking a piece. Okay, I will take a piece. I know we have to address the ignorance of beliefs, but not all beliefs. Not mine. I'm the special person. I'm the chosen person. My family's beliefs are special. Number 3, unified both old and new. Okay, I accept this completely, but also all beliefs are on that same path. That seems to be where Jesus is right now, at the end of the dialogue. I accept everything you say about understanding and truth and our purpose and the dialectic, but also, aren't we all on the same page, really? Aren't all religions essentially saying the same thing? Just love everyone? Let's see how Socrates rejects number second. So that would be the equivalent of 10th, 6th, 5th, 4th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, just to keep it in line with the hypotheses of Parmenides. So Socrates will be demonstrating a 6th kind of interpretation, the rejecter of those who try and unify both. Again, it's not blame. I'm not being animated and forceful and fervent because I want someone to feel bad. I am demonstrating the stakes of every individual soul and our collective race. And demonstrating being good isn't being polite. You're not helping anyone by lying about religious beliefs to save someone's feelings. You are hurting them and our species. Let's see Socrates say it in the text. And this isn't my opinions, this is the text, so don't get mad at me. When Jesus says this, hey, by the way, can't you be polite? Socrates' response, as an example of 6th level of interpretation, our mysteries reveal truth, yours conceal it with piety. Piety being polite to the group. You can't challenge my faith. That's heresy. You're a heathen. You're a heretic. You're an infidel. You're a goyim. Piety. Lying to conceal truth. What we might call being polite. There you go. So that's how you respond to that, says Socrates. Now at the end of the book, let's see another way he responds to that same issue. Jesus saying, hang on, we all share a path to heaven. We're all on the same path. We're all going to get to heaven. Right? The Epstein Island people, they'll get to heaven too. The genocidal Jews, they'll get to heaven. The Christians killing the Muslims, they'll get to heaven as well. The people who are, the Pol Pots and the Stalins and the Hitlers of the world who also do genocides along with the Americans and the Jewish state, they also get to heaven. We all get to heaven. We just differ on the road to follow. You can get to heaven through genocide, right? Socrates' response. Now, I'm using the extreme examples to make it clear. Normally, average people might draw a line somewhere. Well, okay, not the Dark Ages, not the Crusades, not the genocide in Palestine, not the double tapping of an Iranian girls' school by capitalist Christian conservatives. Not Hitler, of course, but everyone else. Really? What does Socrates say to that? The destiny of man lies in the single path. Of course it is. We know that for flying planes. We know that for fixing engines. We know that for doing surgery. There are no pilots who are protesting. We demand the way of flying planes the way that we want to do it. There are no mechanics. We demand, it's unpious to say that our beliefs that engines work with magic is... We don't get precious about those things. We get precious about the most meaningful things. That's the significance of our addiction. State, soul, and species. Religion, conservatism, and capitalism. They are the ones with the sign saying, but we demand to be billionaires. We want to exploit and rape people for money. Fuck off. That's unjust to you and to everyone in our species. Is what it means to be a good person. To say that, to tell the truth. How does Socrates frame it? Perhaps with less swearing than me. But I'm getting a bit tired of the time it's taken for us to wake up to these obvious things, but we keep working. The destiny of man lies in the single path of the Hellenes. Not many paths, one path. For we all need the path we have walked. We all need it. Even the hermit living at the end of the lane who's never had children and has 84 Jesus crosses in her kitchen. Even she needs this. Think of a drug addict, but they really like their heroin. They know how to be a heroin junkie. They're addicted to it. They're attached to it. Their identity is, I'm a heroin junkie. If you were a doctor, would you be being good by being polite and pretending it doesn't harm them? Because all paths lead to Rome or heaven? Okay, enough analogies. Hopefully it's clear enough for people. And again, this is a common belief. It's either the seventh hypothesis, that there is no providential dialectic in understanding that we all need to participate in to solve problems and reach excellence. So it's the seventh hypothesis, which is the most common. Or sixth, the best people who still haven't done midwifery yet. The best. They're open to reasoning, but they don't think there is a true objective model for that reasoning. A single truth of reality from which all of the principles of our physical world unfold, be it how to fly a plane, how to cook food, how gravity works, how math works, or how our soul works, how our species works. It's the same thing. Now we accept all the other ones, just the last two, for some reason. That's our addiction. And the gloop gloops would have another addiction that would be similar but different. And by the way, one of the questions are in the book. We've talked about the kinds of problems the race of man experiences as they identify with the values of the family clan. In the transmission of the core beliefs of the family, we explore what makes it believable. Again, the appearance. Accepting its core belief becomes a way of being and an identity, as the Oracle says about the character
Personality
maxing.
maxing requires you.
Yep. This identity plays a decisive role in our choice of next reincarnation. Clan beliefs. The bridge from the irrational family clan beliefs to humanness. Again, you're not human, you're savage. If you're addicted to family clan beliefs, according to this, you're not human. You're not in the human race yet. You're not being rational and intelligible, which is what makes us Homo sapiens, man the thinker. Savage. Caveman shit. Everything outside my cave is bad and scary. Nazi shit. The bridge from the irrational family clan beliefs to humanness is through a rational spiritual, Jesus is still attached to belief, understanding in the promise of man's enlightenment. The danger is when the core beliefs of the clan mirror or support their religion. The mindless ones, so you're mindless, there's the zombie thing, follow any call to duty, and they leave in their wake chaos and destruction. The ignorant follow the leader, and then blame him for whatever failures follow from his leadership. So notice, the MAGA people, even as they're slowly waking up to the disgusting inhumanity of their leader, they're like, we didn't know, it's Trump's fault. We couldn't know about Epstein Island and genocide and corruption and never paying his workers and being a liar continuously and being a grifter and his racism and his murdering. We couldn't know these things. It's his fault. It keeps them from seeing their own crimes against the dignity of their fellow man. That's the issue. Do you think Joe Rogan will ever wake up to his support of ICE murdering innocent children from schools because fascist ICE people happen to want to murder children? Do you think he's going to take any responsibility for that? They plead they are innocent and cry aloud that they were only doing their duty. Good Americans. Patriots. The cry of doing one's duty blinds them from seeing themselves. We call this the unleashing of the tyranny of the mindless many. So that goes back to our thing. What about dear old Aunt Betty at the end of the street? No. Her mindlessness can be manipulated by the tyrants to get her to support fascism. So it's not just fundamentalist believers, it's belief itself. If you're rational and if you want to be good. Now, man is in a cycle of reincarnation because he is here to learn, says Jesus in this book here. Would you say that what man must learn is to end the cycle of all clan beliefs and go on to know himself? What if before the next reincarnation, the soul might say, no more thanks. I'd rather not be reincarnated down into Hades with the humans, where injustice prevails. To whatever degree the soul is aware that it is facing a life where misery and suffering is its lot, why not pull back from reincarnation and say no? For us, we're understanding that as having completed our work in mastering the dialectic in our lifetime, third hypothesis, to remove our beliefs and image thinking, our ignorance, purify that, tick. Master the third hypothesis understanding. Apply it to that divine luminosity that we experience, the pure light when we die, and transition through it to the self. The very conversation Socrates is trying to have with Jesus in this book that caused him to be triggered. So even though Jesus is the one saying it here, he is himself blocked. Thus the need for dream analysis and midwifery. Now, Socrates goes on that saying that we are a race here to fulfill our destiny. The end is everywhere present. To come to know thyself is to realize the nature of reality is divine. Our task is complicated because we seek other goals and have other loyalties. Tell me about it. All of my less than 50,000 followers doing other things. We're here to master our present fate and seek to fulfill our destiny. The kind of problems we return to again and again are loyalties to other than our sacred goal. The loyalty to other than our sacred goal is the nature of human problems. So everyone who doesn't watch this channel, you're in a problem. And it's not me saying that. Therefore, subscribe. And so once I get enough subscribers, I can make a living. That would be nice. Of course, I'm joking. I don't expect this to happen given the age we're currently in. But maybe. Could happen. So so we end up identifying with our core beliefs, which plays a decisive role in our next reincarnation. But what we're seeing is man as a whole is in this struggle to know thyself. So not just for ourselves in escaping our own cycle of reincarnation and taking this kind of learning with us wherever we go, but the gleep glorps. There could be a role within our human species if we overcome this and wake up and stop being polite and start being real. We could play a role within a greater cosmos. It is a cosmic dance of meaning that ends when there is nothing left to learn, and the race of man ends in a state no longer of man, but that to which he has joined himself. The consequences of this struggle play themselves out within the family, the city, and the cosmos itself. The true destiny of man is to be discovered here and now through self-discovery and not through the destruction of the cosmos. I'm looking for the page. Finding the harmony in the world of extremes is the very goal of our intelligible cosmos. So there's our possibility of, if we do overcome this as a species, there could be a greater role to be played within our species and a greater cosmos, which means that recognizing that it wasn't just a matter of understanding the truth, it was recognizing that we have an addiction to the false. It's not just understanding, it's love and understanding. Love without understanding is dangerous and tragic and sadistic. I love punishing people, says the ignorant. Understanding without love might not be enough to carry you through the ups and downs you have to go through in this journey. Therefore, inspiration or love of understanding versus addiction to belief. It's not just understanding versus belief, it's can our love of understanding overcome our addiction to belief? And if we go to Gloop Glorp galaxy, maybe that addiction to belief manifests differently because their species evolved in a different way. We are addressing the caveman issue. Could be universal, could be unique to us. But again, as we just read, because we're loyal to our beliefs, whenever we try and make a positive movement, all of the harmful family clan beliefs will come out of the woodwork and try and oppose that. Universal income, capitalists say, no, we want to abuse people, starve people, pay people for prostitution so they can pay their rent, trick people into Epstein Island, says the capitalists. Everyone has equal rights. No, says the Jews. We want a slave race. We want to murder the Palestinians because we're the chosen people. We want an excuse. See, we will service all of the negative family clan beliefs that we are currently holding on to in order to address all of them and become masters of the dialectic as a species. That's our destiny. When we've done that job, we will evolve into a race no longer of man, but that to which we have evolved into, says the book. Let's make sure my wording was correct. No longer of man, but that to which he has joined. Okay, the word was joined. Therefore, a single path, and right at the end, when Jesus does the maybe everything is good bullshit, which is, by the way, an abuse of mind. Maybe all beliefs are fine. No. You have to be so willfully ignorant to accept that position. His response is that we all share a path to heaven. We're on different roads to follow. We're all on different paths. Just don't worry about it, bro. Bullshit. The destiny of man lies in the single path of the Hellenes. For we all need this path we have walked in this dialogue together today. To know thyself is to be Hellenic. We have a name for the new way of being, the true human race. Not savages, not primitives, not cavemen, not zombies, not NPCs, not NPCs chained to fate, not zombies stuck in pseudo-Usia and pseudo-logos, not savages violently opposed to our own goodness and benefit and the survival of our species, not primitives with that primitive caveman way of thinking of loyalty to family clan beliefs. None of that shit. Rational, intelligible, good, kind, as a sage or a mystic. Hellenic. And because we can all participate in dreams, dreams play a part in our human destiny because, well, everyone can participate. Everyone gets dreams. Dreams are divine and truthful. Whoops. We're going to have a hard time finding the word dreams. Non-interpretive. We can look at the dreams in our dream maker as well. High and low states. To know the mind through dreams is our purpose. The art of dreams. Awakens our recursive ability of Usia. Study of dreams. High value on dreams. Study of dreams. There was a section where he said, we can all study dreams, therefore the new Hellenic way of being is open to everyone. I'm interested in those who follow their dreams and have a kinship with dreams, says Socrates. Essential part for the art of divination. Speaking of the oracle. Divination or prophecy. It's non-interpretive. Philodoxias, modern philosophers are lovers of opinion, but through exploring dreams. Oh, this was our path in your sequel. Make sure it includes dreams. It's a new dialogue. It includes midwifery. It includes a method and practice in your dialogue. That's the new way of being, the new tradition, and at the end he gives it the name, which is Hellenic. So we've developed this art into a way of the philosopher as a midwife to free man from his folly and guide his way through the study of dreams. This becomes an ideal that can shape the soul and spirit of the Hellenes of the new age of man into a mindful people, a way of being that puts all others to shame. Jesus said, well, what about anybody? What about any path? Don't they all lead to heaven? Nope. The destiny of man lies in the single path of the Hellenes. For we all need the path we have walked. To know thyself is to be Hellenic. And you Hellenics, says Jesus, don't think our Abrahamic God to be a God. Not that we don't think it, we've demonstrated it through the dialectic that it's impossible and also leads to always harm. And unnecessary. You don't solve problems through Armageddon, you idiot. Nor do your people realize, says Socrates, that in the soul of man there is the healing power of the Logos that overcomes the Logos which is the sick image of ourself. There we see a final confirmation. What we were saying, the addiction to belief culminates or has as its first cause or definition the image of ourself. We don't overcome that by killing people or torturing people or imprisoning people or Armageddon. That leads to a self-fulfilling prophecy of faith, of fate, and the extinction of all intelligent life. We want to remove that image of the self through the Hellenic way of being, which brings back midwifery from Homer and dream analysis as well, to explore the actual self and remove the image of the self. So we can follow the self logos to return to the sacred source of all, the one self with understanding, which might even awaken a new role within our human race, but definitely helps our own soul in our reincarnation, making sure we don't reincarnate negatively to a life of misery and suffering. Neat? I think it's neat.
It's not being crazy. It's called reaching a higher sense of being.
That's right. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. It's actually reaching a higher state of being.
Cool as a cuke.
That's right.
You are beautiful and everybody loves you, and you have the most beautiful breasts and the juiciest ass.
Oh my word.
Hubba hubba. I just want more testosterone to human body ratio, and I'll finally be satisfied.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you, both of you. But also...
Goon, 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 goon.
That's right.
Be a reasonable gooner.
But you can be reasonable gooners.
If you don't know, now you know.
And now we know. So, the final thing of the final part of the book, Jesus says, you've uncovered a difference that we will have to reflect upon further in the sequel. And I shall wonder if our future talk will benefit both those here and elsewhere, benefiting us, you, the author, and those who read it. I am sure that I will find out that when we meet again, in that dialogue that follows the single path of the Hellenic to reawaken the midwifery as the way of philosopher, to free man from his folly, using the logos within our soul, guided through the study of dreams. After going through that process, after going through this process, says Jesus, I hope we are then free to further discuss the nature of the divine, the way of the benevolent providence or the dialectic, and the nature of self. So there's your criteria. Socrates and Jesus, a dream talk / midwife talk / discussion of philosophy, the three aspects of the dialectic. What were they? What's the Hellenic way? What's the way? Jesus says, hey, hopefully we can discuss further the truth of the first, second, and third, the self, the divine, and providence, because we've gone through a dream talk using midwifery to remove our fourth and fifth, our ignorance, my image thinking, and my false beliefs. And by the way, in writing that sequel, you are doing a dialogue. This book, therefore, concludes with a clear message, a quest, an invitation for you that will allow you to fulfill every one of those four categories of the dialectic. You can do a dialectic on the dialectic. Therefore, how many other books give you that invitation, give you that structure, and give you the material within this book to be able to do it? As far as I'm aware of, big fat zero, making this potentially the greatest book ever written and the most important book for anyone to read. Along with your sequel. Now, the chorus comes in and says, by the way, there are no solutions to the riddles. I can't do it. I'm a small bean. So the chorus also is still stuck in their pathologos. And the anti-chorus, who's the claps back with facts, says, you did, however, come to see that the idea that you held as so significant, that if it fell, all your other stuff would fall. Your way of being, your image, your role, your way of trolling, all that stuff. Clearly you awakened an old memory of a former belief. You saw, did you not, that your own position makes you a member of those who are unaware that they believe in a position. What does that mean? It means that you are a loyalist to your own fundamental unsuspected beliefs. Perhaps that is another division. I think I just saw something. Of the classes of interpretation, we want to get to the top one, where we accept the new logos and sacrifice the old. What's in opposition of that? Loyalist, oops, different color. So just as the 10th hypothesis is the pathologos opposed to the first hypothesis, this new position we got right at the end, the very last paragraph, loyalist to your own fundamental unsuspected beliefs. Loyalist to own fundamental unsuspected, make some room, false beliefs. So that would be the 10th hypothesis opposed to ever accepting the new and sacrificing the old pathologos. What's it called to be loyalist to your fundamental unsuspected false beliefs? We did cover that earlier today. The division of belief called the pathologos is not only opposed to reason and evidence, which would be the new logos that you would accept and sacrificing the old, but it's also about self and reality, meaning it's fundamental and it's unsuspected. So therefore, we can bring that pathologos into our definition of the 10th kind of interpretation, opposed to the non-interpretation, the first, loyalist to our own fundamental unsuspected false beliefs or pathologos. Interesting, isn't it? Now, now what's interesting is if we were to rearrange these 10 to reflect the hypothesis, we would have to say that all of these interpretations would be classes of the pathologos. And we did see Jesus say that. Therefore, these ways of rejecting would actually go here. So we would have to rearrange it, wouldn't we? These kinds of interpretation would be ways of being loyal to our fundamental unsuspected false belief, making the 10th hypothesis the ruling term over interpretation, whereas the ways we reject interpretation would be good. Mark rejecting the tyranny of faith and belief of Paul is good. So we would actually have to switch them around. Isn't that interesting? Reflecting more closely, our rejection of what's good is the pathologos, whereas our participation in our movement from ignorance through wisdom to the self is the logos. Well, isn't that interesting? We've got a little twist at the end. Hooray for us. All right, I'm back. Here we go. I think my audio goes weird in the recording when I switch between screens and I'm playing. Yeah, and the audio is playing. I wonder why that is. I apologize for those spikes in audio. I don't know how to do anything about it. So, perhaps that's another division. I wonder what effect this play might have on those who have watched, shaking the dust off their feet as they entered this meadow in these rolling hills. So what effect has it had on you to go through this? Now it is another review again because, well, we had to address some new chatters, but also it's worth putting everything together. And we had to start a new blackboard because the other blackboard was glitching out because there was too much stuff on it. Our head was too big and too filled with secrets.
My head is quite large and filled with secrets.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's not true because I don't think so.
No, but you do. I agree with you.
I'm eating the testicles of this bull, and I'm eating it raw.
Well, that's interesting.
And she spit on him also.
Oh my goodness. Gooners, all of you.
Goon.
That's what I'm saying. So, we put it all together there in the dialectic, in our map, in our model, in being able to horizontally move through our different analogous expressions of the dialectic. It's the same dialectic. Remember how we started? Self to itself, self to others, others to others. That's not right. We started with the cause or principle, and then self to self, self to others, others, other self, which we define. So we redefined the dialectic. We showed the 4 applications of the dialectic. We show that it has 2 parts, both the positive and the negative, which we needed for our positive and negative hypotheses and the positive and negative interpretations that we go through. And we go through both, doing this dialectic on understanding, the love of understanding versus the nature or addiction to belief. Belief being those interpretations, understanding being the movement through the hypotheses. We added a little bit extra to the dialectic by showing for each of those definitions, when you're doing a dialectic on anything like beauty, what can you say about it that's true in its definition or any one of the categories? What can you never say about it? And what is both true and untrue, which shows the limitations. So we gave an example. The way the self manifests as the peak state of mind, as our good states of mind or our ideal states of mind, like being, the second hypothesis. What you won't say about the love of understanding is it keeps you addicted to the familiar family ways of states of mind that are acceptable. Anything else is mocked or made fun of or threatened or exiled or even killed in some families. If you have a state of mind that you are not willing to sacrifice for the allegiance to the family state of mind. But also, that's what is true, what isn't true, but what is both, it's the peak experience. So as an example, to show the ideal state of mind of the self that we get through the love of understanding, its limitations. Because we saw that its peak state of mind, peak experience is the second, but the self is beyond. So there's our penultimate and ultimate states of mind. And all of this is to bring everything together, to understand the significance of the sequel that you are going to write, the 4 aspects of the dialectic that's involved in it, this kinds of interpretation, the 10 kinds of interpretations you might have Jesus go through, or the chorus, or maybe a third person in your dialectic. It's up to you in your dialogue that you write. A representation perhaps of the 10 states of development, the true philosophy, the false midwifery, dream analysis for both, and you writing a dialogue to represent it, allowing you to fulfill your purpose as a human being. You can also represent different characters, so maybe the chorus and the anti-chorus. The chorus representing the problem state or the pathologo state, where they are, as the chorus has been doing through this book, representing certainty. We know that philosophy is stupid and belief is good. Literalism, they've been taking their beliefs literally, and they've been trying to engage in debate to win the argument, own the libs. And you can have the anti-chorus maybe, or a character in your book representing the ideal state of curiosity. Be open, curious, stung, aporia, philosophical ignorance, and using analogy in their thinking. You do that. You can maybe have Jesus himself recognize that Armageddon is the conclusion to belief itself, not just his own belief. The seventh hypothesis belief, of course. But belief itself in principle, if you're identified with it. So he can maybe go through, you'd have different stages within your book, defining belief, demonstrating it, showing the divisions, and him coming to a conclusion, maybe. And finally, for us, because we have still something yet to do in this book, we have been learning that this open curiousness and seeking puzzles and questions and carrying questions by looking for incomplete analogies is what we've been doing to solve puzzles. There's one more here, isn't there? Ignorance has a model and activity, a whole and part, a pseudo-ousia and pseudo-logos. Fourth and fifth, belief and image thing. Wisdom also has a model and activity, a whole and part, true ousia and true logos. Second and third hypothesis, knowing and understanding, mind, and that providential dialectic. Remember what Jesus said at the end? I hope that we explore the nature of the divine, the providential, the beneficial providence, and the nature of self. Where's that? The nature of the divine, second hypothesis. Providential dialectic, third. And the nature of the self. Hang on a second. The model and activity for the self. That's the question we are carrying with us into the ox herding pictures. Because the ox herding pictures have 2 states that talk about ignorance and 8 states representing the use of the second and third together, wisdom, from a glimpse of the second, the use of understanding, to experience that in greater depth. So the second hypothesis is broken down into more stages, but also there seems to be 2 stages for the self, which is interesting because we've seen model and activity, ousia and logos. Why is there only one hypothesis for the self? So could we break this down into the 11th and 12th hypothesis? And we did see this in the text, hinted at once. We mentioned this earlier, going back to it. Chronos. So, remember, just picking up where we left off a while ago. I started this a while ago and we left it. If for this to be the model, the second hypothesis to be the model in mind, there has to be an inherent logos that can be understood and used in the dialectic. So there is inherent logos in the ousia. Page 226. So when Jesus was triggered by saying, oh, by the way, we have to give up this conversation because we can never come together because of belief. This is so Socrates says no. It's a big moment. He doesn't say no through the rest of it. It's a no. Actually, the difference is our idea of what's meant by the word God. In truth, we agree that there is a highest divine source. We agree and that there was a model for the creation of the universe. And you call it the Logos. You say the Logos, or the Word, was in the beginning with God. And that means creation needed the Logos as a model for creation. It must be eternal and unchanging, this paradigm or model. It must have a vitality and a mode of being. Therefore, each of these unchanging features of this model or paradigm could be personified since they have a mode of being. That's the gods. We say that God, singular, the creator, no. We say that God, the creator, uses the Logos as a paradigm. There's our word model or paradigm. or both, whoever. Getting ahead of myself. The God, the creator, uses the logos as the paradigm or as a model, like you say. But surely if it has a mode of being or existing eternally, it must have a cause, since all that exists must have a cause. Sounds great so far? The model or paradigm we've identified already as the second hypothesis can be experienced as a whole. That's why Socrates says he's the wisest, not because he knows nothing, but he knows what is the knowable experience. It is divine because it has a life force and it is eternally what it is, as a mode of being, and it is existing eternally. So it's the divine, or we could call it represent its features as the gods, personifying the features. It's that peak experience we're looking for in the oxherding pictures. And it's our understanding of that that allows us to integrate and master it and go into it in greater depth. But it must have a cause. Oh, that's right. It's the first hypothesis. Let's keep reading. It has to have a cause. Since all that exists must have a cause. The cause of the logos or paradigm we call the chronos. Oh, great. That we could represent, therefore, the first hypothesis, the self, as Chronos. We've finished the book. We've completed. Don't have to keep going. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I don't know if you know this, but like weird dudes exist everywhere.
How's that relevant?
Crap. Junk.
What?
Nobody should be watching this crap.
Nobody.
Please end kink shaming on your show.
All that exists must have a cause. The cause of the logos or paradigm we call Chronos. There we go. However, by that same reasoning, it itself must have a cause, and that we say is Uranos. Uh-oh. These are what we call gods, and they can be personified and celebrated. The ultimate cause of all that is, we say, is the one or the good. And your followers say that, recognize that, and also, so we are in agreement. Uh-oh. I believe we have a puzzle. Chronos, as the activity somehow from the self or the first cause that they are both in agreement with, is the one or the good self or the true self or the self logos. We have 4 key terms we've been using, but it itself must have a cause. Uranus. Did he spell Uranus? Oh, it's actually spelled like anus.
You actually are too stupid to interact with the rest of the world. I don't know if you know this, but like weird dudes exist everywhere.
I didn't say it was anus. That's how it's written.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to find you. And I'm going to get you.
Don't get me.
You sick fuck.
You sick fuck. Come on, calm down. Stop gooning.
You can be a gooner.
Okay, then never stop. Don't in-kink.
They're completely lying to you.
Yeah.
They're
Gooners.
They're completely gooners. So, there's our question. Is there a mysterious 11th and 12th hypothesis representing Chronos and Uranus to complete the pattern of Ousia and Logos together, somehow inherent within a single first hypothesis, which Socrates has also given us a clue, it's sight itself. So sight seeing itself. What I sometimes call awareness aware of awareness. How can we break that down into 2 qualities, which is supposed to be 1? So, can we see the development through these hypotheses and addressing these interpretations within the ox-herding pictures? Number 1. Number 2, are there some things the ox-herding pictures leave out? Do they leave out anything on this map? Or this? Number 3, can it shine light on our question about whether there's a mysterious two hypotheses within the first hypothesis self? Are there two stages of the ultimate level of enlightenment? So those are our three questions. Can we use the map to understand the hypotheses, the ox herding pictures of Zen Buddhism better? Can we see that it's missing anything? And can we carry our question about the two hypotheses of self? So we were promising to go into it today, but we're about 5 hours in. That might be enough for today. Let's jump into those ox herding pictures tomorrow. Now that we've got everything on the board to guide our reflections. Holy moly. Worth doing? Fun? Challenging? Was it challenging? Is it worth sacrificing, concealing truth with piety? Whether you're being polite to other people's feelings when they want to have beliefs that are bad and harmful to them and others? Religious piety? Social politeness piety? What's the difference between debate and dialectic? How did our chatters go today? Did our chatter take every opportunity to disagree with me because he thinks that's what it means to be knowing? That's what debates do. I disagree with all your positions automatically. Did he turn himself around and realize that he was in a pattern? Is there a way of overcoming our problems and blocks? Will he be back? Who knows? Will you be back? If you are back, hope to see you next time. Oh, by the way, what was it like? That's our last sentence. What was it like to go through this? To see that reality is rational, problems are rational, solvable, and you've been invited to write a sequel. What's it like to see this play, shaking the dust off your feet as you entered this meadow in these rolling hills? I hope you're having fun, and I hope to see you in the next one, where we will get into finally those ox herding pictures, and maybe even the second set written by the author of this book, and compare with our three big questions in our back pocket. What were they? How can we use what we've done today to gain deeper insight into them? Can we recognize anything left out? And can we shine light on our mysterious 11th and 12th hypotheses? Exciting stuff. Hope to see you then. Feel free to follow along on YouTube or Twitch. Join the Discord, donate to the channel if you want. PDF below. I'll see you in the